Welcome to the Imperial 80s. We've been off for a week. It's good to be back. We're back with Renee Johnston from Saturdays with Renee, who's been begging, no, I'm just kidding, knocking down our door to do
I
Back to
was,
the
I was
Future.
though. I was though. I was like, please do me, please. I was.
Happy to oblige.
You are not lying. It's
I
okay.
just know it was in the notes from like the first like version of the list that we've had of movies that we were doing on this that Renee was going to do Back to the Future. So it's been there since a year ago. Actually, I mean, we've been doing this for over a year now.
Oh wow. Yeah, time does not. I don't understand time.
No,
Yeah.
y'all are rolling. Y'all are rolling.
Ding 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 ding. I don't understand time. Blame this movie.
It's a great way to start. I don't know. Like, share, subscribe. Out of the habit of doing this because we've been off for 2 weeks because we took a week off last week. It's good to be with you all again. Let's just start with like our memories of this one. This obviously was a huge, huge movie. I didn't go actually. Mtume, you probably have some of that. I don't know I know it was a box office smash, but I don't know like the totals or where it compares in the 80s. But for me as a kid, it was definitely like one of the biggest, if not the biggest franchises. I mean, like because Star Wars came before us and it was like kind of already there. We came into the world where like obviously those movies were huge and a couple of them came out like after we were alive, but we were really little. And so we kind of came into a space where that was already established and to some extent probably belongs more to Generation X or earlier, young older folks. Um, but this one is like kind of the first like really big millennial trilogy, I would say to some extent. And they did it within a few years, like so it's not really long and dragged out. And interestingly, I know that they will eventually because they have to like rehash these intellectual properties and do another horrible version of it. But you know, somewhat to their credit, although we will be thrashing this movie thoroughly today, I'm sure. They did I think the right way to sort of do a trilogy, which is like you do a movie every like couple of years for about a 4 or 5 year period, and you just sort of knock it all out and you know let it go, and then don't spend all these times like trying to revamp it. But obviously it was huge. All 3 of the movies were big. You go to different periods in each one. 2, which we'll have to do, I think it was really big in a lot of ways because it was one of the movies that was supposed to show us what the future looked like, and not in a it's weird to say not in a sci-fi movie because obviously it is this whole series is totally science fiction, but it's like supposed to be realistic. Like this is your world, right? And I think this is one of the traps of this whole series, right? Is this idea that like you're being dropped into these time periods as they actually exist, as opposed to um, some kind of science fiction and also full of all kinds of inaccuracies and so on, which we'll get into as we go
Bullshit.
through the movie. Yeah,
Also known
bullshit.
as bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit. But I mean, even like simple things, right? Like you go to the record store in this one, and the records that are out in 1955, like 2 of them have not even been released in 1955. And so like there's even like on a little level of them just not even really caring that much about how historically accurate the periods are. Um
But then making jokes about it though consistently when it's necessary. Like, oh, he plays Johnny B. Good. Oh, no one
yeah.
knows. Even the black people don't know about people playing guitar that way. Because when that song came out, no one was doing it. It was just a poof.
Yeah.
Rock and roll wasn't a process. It was a poof. Made by
Chuck
Michael J.
Berry
Fox.
just listened to it on the phone. Um so yeah, I mean we'll get into all that stuff, but I just watched these movies a ton. I watched them, there was not something I didn't see. I don't think I saw 1 or 2 in the theater. I think I did see 3 in the theater, but I saw them, like, very soon after they all were out on video. It was more just, like, I don't know, my parents not wanting to, go to the movies or whatever. It wasn't any kind of, like, censorship regime or any of that, which, we'll talk about that too. But, I think re the theme for the '80s continues with this movie, to be, fuck them kids. So anyway, all right. Renee, why don't you go because this was your vision.
So I was just telling y'all, like, I've seen this movie so many times. I can't even I couldn't put a count to it because it's one of those movies that if it was on, I'd watch it, right? Like, Back to the Future's on. But admittedly, I've never watched it with the intention of taking notes and paying attention to what was actually happening on the screen and all of those little nuances, those little things that they threw in there that if you're just watching it and you're not really thinking about what they're actually subliminally telling you, it's crazy. So I don't know who Robin is in the chat, but Robin is listing all this stuff that was on the list when I sent the email. Here are all the things that I was thinking about. But I think the craziest part of the movie is I realized this last watching that the storyline is not it's not clean. It feels very much like we're gonna put this story together so we can do all of the other things, right? So we can do all the product placement and all the other stuff. And it doesn't even really matter if the storyline makes actual sense or not. It's really about all the other stuff. But it was it it is so interesting watching things with the intention of figuring out what's all the stuff that you never ever pay attention to the other 800 times that you watch this thing. And I also watched it on Prime, which you can scroll on the screen and it'll pop up with all these random details. And that was a fascinating experience. I've never done that while watching a movie before. And that was also equally fascinating. The things that they actually clue people in on if you decide to look. Fascinating.
That's a great point. I mean, I think that we're not trained to read movies like a text and to look at them with a critical eye throughout them. You're trained to just sort of sit back, relax, and be entertained. And this movie, I think, was hugely and this whole series was very entertaining to me growing up. And so I'm similar in terms of I watched them and would watch them anytime they were on and all of that. But yeah, I mean, I have so many notes on this rewatch and stuff that I just never even noticed or paid attention to, because I never watched it with an eye to be like, okay, what kind of fucked up shit are they trying to sell us in this movie? But yeah, I'm too me.
So it could be an age thing. I never super connected to the first Back to the Future. I was 5 when it came out. I never got a real connection to it, to be honest. Though its presence was, I remember walking into seeing the big poster, one of the first living big posters when they would do the Michael J. Fox with the car. That's one of the first ones I remember seeing, right, for Back to the Future. 2, I do remember a lot more vividly, partly because 2 and 3 had a huge cable rollout, if people remember. They had a massive cable rollout where they were played on, and I'm talking like TNT or something like that, where they would play them. They Shawshank Redemption that shit, where they would play back to back both of them. So I remember it a lot more too. I hate 3. I hated 3 back then. I have an Old West kind of aversion because my dad likes that shit and I hated it. I couldn't watch it. 3, like I can't stand it. Actually, it literally makes me like viscerally angry to watch it. But I did what but one I did like watch because when I would watch 2, I would sometimes want to go back and watch 1 if it was on and look at it. But I would also say, even not as a person who watched it a ton, it was so ingrained in cultural references, all the Biff lines, all the fucking Doc Brown lines, all the like, the Martys. It became so embedded in everything. You kind of couldn't escape. People say a flux capacitors and shit, and like it just became like everywhere. It's like it was so totalizing and everything. Slacker, all types of shit, right? It would just be in everything in lexicon. And then like when I got into the acting business, it definitely is a film with some of its like legends. Like we'll talk about the Eric Stoltz thing for a minute. Actually, we should do that because that's like one of those like infamous stories you hear a ton, right? Which I think is kind of unfair. It's kind of fucked up, actually. I think like he could have been, but like, come on, man, y'all don't really know if Eric Stoltz was an asshole, but they need to do that to like justify firing dude. But anyway. Yeah, it was so totalizing. It was everywhere. As I got older, and we'll talk about it, talk about the movie. Like this movie annoys the shit out of me. There's like certain things that I know about it. Like I don't like Christopher Lloyd. I have to remind myself that like I can't. Yeah, I don't fuck with Christopher Lloyd as an actor, but it's like the origin of Kramer from fucking Seinfeld. Oh, I hate all that shit. I can't stand it. It's terrible. There's just so much of the movie that really annoy me, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, like, and then Michael J. Fox too. Like, though I will say this, it also could be maybe this movie connected to me less because I was more of a Teen Wolf dude. Teen Wolf was my shit. I watched Teen Wolf a ton, which came out the same year as this, a lot. So maybe that was, and then it's also we'll talk about the fact that Michael J. Fox was everywhere. The dude dominated like 85 to 89. He owned the part of that world, which is so interesting.
Alex P. Keaton, the first. I mean that's also like a really weird personal story for me. Is that I liked Michael J. Fox so much that at that age, I would tell my parents I was a Republican, which was like the funniest shit, just because the whole thing with for folks who don't know, what was the show called? Was it Family Ties?
Family Ties.
Yeah, Family Ties. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you don't know, which why would you if you're not of a certain age? And this is funny to do because the whole premise of this movie is that 30 years is like an insanely long time, and here we're talking about stuff that happened 40 years ago. So I just want to like name that. But for folks who don't know, Family Ties was this really big family sitcom in the 80s, and Michael J. Fox was a regular character on it. Alex B. Keaton, he's the son. I don't remember if there's multiple sons, but he's like kind of the teenage son, and he's a Republican, and that's kind of like the whole shtick of his character is just to be this like, my parents are stupid liberals, and I'm a conservative, and it's funny. I mean, in as rewatching this movie, one of the things that struck me is how fucking Reaganite this movie is, and we will talk about all of that. But like, there is I have generally liked Michael J. Fox as for what I limited whatever I get of him as a person on the outside. It is fascinating in the way that he really becomes this vehicle for a lot of conservative politics through mainstream television and movies, and really like that's kind of throughout his career in a lot of ways. Even like with his character on what was that, like The Good Wife, I think, he's like a real piece of shit on that show, right? And Anyway, we'll come back to that, but yeah, he was everywhere. I mean, Teen Wolf, and then there's a cartoon for Teen Wolf, and there was a cartoon for Back to the Future. There was this trilogy. There was, so he was just huge, 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 huge figure in the 1980s.
Yeah.
And, you kind of can't I always think of Marty McFly, when I see him too. Like it just is always there.
And there was a little brother on Family Ties. The youngest, he was like 3 or 4 or 5. He was little. And they were always trying to use him as like the balancing act, like between the parents who were like ex-hippies and how did we raise this kid? And he's always trying to teach him to be a Republican. I don't think I realized how close Teen Wolf and Back to the Future were. And I knew Family Ties had already been out. Like he was already popular at this time, but it's like Teen Wolf was August 23rd and Back to the Future was July 3rd. Like it's like weeks, like 7 or 8 weeks. And he was everywhere at the time. And I remember him being everywhere at the time. And he did another movie in like the early 90s. And I don't even remember the plot line, but they filmed it on the Upper East Side. And one of the scenes was at this really small museum on 91st and 5th Avenue, which was across the street from my high school. And it was a thing that Michael J. Fox was filming across the street. And they did like he let them interview him for the school paper. Like it was a whole thing. But this was like 91 and 92, I think. I'd have to look to see like what year, because it was one of those rom-com things. But this is all like when you realize how inundated you were with him at the time, like how he was just everywhere in the mid to late 80s, which is, well, I guess throughout the 80s, if you consider that Family Ties started in 82. So throughout, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think from here we can probably do a little bit of some of the history stuff because it'll tie right in, and then we can like dig into some of the things. So the film is directed by Robert Zemeckis, who we talked about. Actually, I think was that our last episode? Was Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Right. Yep.
Yeah, he was director of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So it's the same director, Robert Zemeckis. We talked a bit about him, but I think there's a couple of like key points to kind of think about with Zemeckis. So Zemeckis, like I said, he comes from a what I think is really important with like you think about the narrative framing of this movie. He comes from like an upper middle class, maybe upper class kind of upbringing, right? Him and this guy Bob Gale, who is his kind of co-creator of this series, they're friends. They both kind of come from kind of, a bit more white bread upbringings in their life, right? Zemeckis, really, he went to USC, right? And one of the things that I mentioned in the episode 2 weeks ago is Zemeckis goes to USC in the 70s, right? So he goes there a bit after the kind of Scorsese, not Scorsese, he went to NYU, but the Lucases and the Coppolas go, right? And one of the things that Zemeckis says, and very much quoted, was that he was never into like the kind of counter hegemonic movies. He thought shit like, the French New Wave was whack. He didn't like any of that stuff. He said, I wanted to embrace Hollywood. I wanted to make movies that went back to the old stuff, right? I want to go back there. He said he found all the kind of stuff from the 70s or the kind of movies that were kind of challenging the American norm to be arrogant. I mean, these are literally quotations from him that he says arrogant and disrespectful. He did not have a respect for any of that. So he gets into the Hollywood world. We talked about like kind of his he did a lot of script writing for a while, and then Spielberg pretty early on, I think it was due to his student film, became aware of him and mentored him. He became a mentor to Zemeckis, and he kind of personally looked after his career. kind of going forward, writing scripts, writing different things. And this project went through a really like long gestation process, which unless people want to jump into any of them specifically, I don't necessarily want to. But like there's so many like places that they sent it to. People had different kinds of opinions on how you should do it. I mean, it's the kind of normal thing that you get. Their conception of it, like there's a lot of different things. Like they said, there's a way that you have to read. Not that I'm saying that they're lying, but the way that they're talking about it in this kind of like lofty ways. But I think even with the ways they talk about it, you see the ideology. Like Gail was like, I'm really interested in like the old Americana. Like what it would have been like if I met my dad. Would he have liked me? These kinds of these ideological conceptualizations of how they think about, and this is how I think about it, the past. They don't really care about history. They care about their own personal pasts and them like kind of reconciling with their own personal pasts through these, archetypal characters that they create. So they went through various iterations with the story, so many types of different things with it. And they went through, various studios, so forth and so on. And Spielberg was very much a highly supportive like person. Like people who would want them to go this way, he would kind of like have their back. Not saying he probably didn't have his own ideas as well. Spielberg is known to do that, but like he kind of like helped usher that in. And it went through like a process. And as Zemeckis got more more notoriety, they were more interested in making the movie. Which like they get the money to kind of go ahead and make it. I think around like 1984. Now, one of the interesting things, one thing that they said like aesthetically, he said like, they said they wanted to be like Frank Capra meets the Twilight Zone, right? It was one of the things that they said, right? And that's the it's the kind of thing that they're thinking about. They're kind of like referencing this on like their own levels. So one of the things that kind of comes up is the casting. So this gets talked about a lot on a lot of lore. Michael J. Fox was the first person that they wanted, right? But there was a huge issue with family ties. He wasn't ready to leave that show. I'm sure he was making a lot of money doing that show. I mean, he was huge. Like one of the things about the show was like, it's like one of those things where he wasn't the lead, but he was he was so popular. They said by like episode, I said like 4 or 5, they basically like flipped the show to be the Alex P. Keaton show, right? So like he couldn't they couldn't get him out, and they basically went with a casting search and saw mad people, and they went with Eric Stoltz. But the Eric Stoltz thing was contingent that if it didn't work, and I think this is really important, that if it didn't work, they could fire him and then attempt to rehire Michael J. Fox later. So like, exactly, you shake your head. It's kind of like there's a way that like, because one of the I'll say the rest of it with the Eric Stoltz stuff. So the story goes that Eric Stoltz came on set. He was method acting. He was like really hard to work with. No one liked him. Like the way if you read about the Eric Stoltz like days on Back to the Future, it reads like the worst actor in the history of the planet, totally destroying the entire thing, right? But what always kind of lingers on my head is that they never really wanted him, right? And Zemeckis literally had a clause in his contract of the film that if they fired him, they could go and try to get Fox again, which is what they did. They basically shot like a couple of weeks of the movie. They did screen tests and all that type of stuff, and then he told Eric Stoltz, "You got to walk." Right. And he walked, and then they went back, negotiated with the family ties people. I'm sure there was probably all types of money that had to be figured out with that. And then they delayed shooting and brought Michael J. Fox in to basically do the film. But you were going to say something, Jay.
No, I mean it's not a reference a lot of people would get, but it sounds like a contract that Tom Dundon has for Micah Nori as the Blazers coach of like it's a 3-year contract, but they can automatically cancel it at every year, and like all the pay is incentivized or whatever. So anyways, just to say, like, it's a very neoliberal kind of arrangement, right? That you just like hire somebody, but you have all of these like basically trapdoors or outs in the contract that you can get out of it whenever you want
Yeah.
to. So
Yeah, and like that's
just real,
yeah, go ahead.
real quick. One of the interesting things that I learned on the Amazon like Clue and things is that they pitched this really hard to Disney, and Disney did not want it because they thought the storyline of him going back in time and like dating the mother was too racy. Like it was too it was
good
too
call.
Much.
I mean, it is kind of nasty.
It's gross.
Go
It is
lie.
100%.
It's good
100%.
job.
It was too racy
Yeah.
for Disney, but they must have cut some kind of deal because, side note, in the picture, the three together, the one that fades, the older brother is wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt. So they clearly didn't want to totally distance. They wanted to make something off of it. They just didn't want to be behind making the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I also wonder, like, yeah, at that point, because like, that's one of the things when they went into the art direction, there was a specific plan to, and the way they do it, it just shows you honestly how bullshit these movies are made. Like, they don't really have like ideas that have any depth. They were really into kind of going after particular brand names to kind of fill out the kind of thought around the film, because their whole concept of America is goods and commodities and these little types of things, but just the symbols of them, right? Pepsi free or Texaco, or when Marty skateboards first out of Doc Brown's, he goes right, you see a Burger King. I think he's like, it basically he's essentially like next to a Burger King. I think he slides through the drive-through side, right? So they like all this like iconography of like America, of the Americana, but also and then we'll get into it, like the kind of idea of, I guess you would call it the small town. Is that what we would call Hill Valley? And that's something that, but
I would say
yeah,
yeah.
Well, Hill Valley is very odd to me. We got to get to that because I find it also honestly written terribly, and it doesn't actually make any sense. So like, there's also part of that I'm confused. So. But yeah, I would definitely get into that, like the kind of iconography of it. Couple other like one or two other things about it. Yeah, like yeah, the only other thing I'll say about it, and we can get into maybe some of the performances and stuff as we go, is yeah, what Jay said is, I mean, the movie made $400 million in a calendar year.
In 85? From 85, like that year.
Not only was it
July to July,
not
or
only was it the
just
highest grossing of that year, it blew away the competition.
And that's big money 50 years ago.
400 and on a $19 million budget.
Correct.
Yeah. On a $19 million budget. I mean, if you think about the movie, it's not particularly, if you think about it as a sci-fi film, it's a lot more jargon other than the DeLorean and a couple of like things that they gotta have. They don't really have that much things. It's like, if you think about actual footage, you could probably count, if you do actual footage and frames, you're talking about 10 minutes probably of actual like
something happening. Yeah,
something where you have to have special effects. About 10 minutes of a nearly 2-hour movie. So most of it kind of plays like a regular comedy, right? So like, you know, because most of it is doing to me really bad period stuff that they were able to kind of shoot and crop, I think, because of really, really, really simple things. Yeah. But yeah, massive money maker, like in that kind of way, which is like, of course, I mean, and in Zemeckis, you know, they ended begging for a sequel. So like, hey, you know, we can make it happen. So, you know, the studios were definitely ready.
So one thing just I'd like to add. So one, the Disney point was interesting to me because also, you know, Spielberg and Zemeckis are Who Framed Roger Rabbit also, which does become Disney, but only in a very, which is also racier than this film in a lot of ways, although they're both similar in that respect to some degree. But it's interesting. I wonder the degree to which the success, I'd have to go back and look at notes and stuff of this led that Disney to be like, all right, we could do this with these guys. But the other thing too, we haven't talked about too much throughout this, because a lot of times Spielberg is discussed as a director, right? Like the lore around Spielberg is kind of that. It's the movies that he's directs. It's like him as like the, an auteur or whatever the fuck people want to call him. He's really terrible. But his, like, less discussed but way more prominent in Hollywood is his role as a producer, honestly. And we've already talked about movies that he's produced. I mean, Poltergeist is of course the weird one, because in many ways they say, he actually was like really directing it. He was very active on the set and all of that. But when you look at his production credits through the 80s, he truly owned the decade in a lot of the like most popular films as a producer. So you have Poltergeist, you have ET, which of course he directs as well. You have the Twilight Zone movie. Oh, and wow, like IMDb just totally crashed on me. They're like, don't do this. Let's see, go back. Give me one sec, folks. It's here.
I just want to throw in, while you're looking for that,
Go ahead.
that I actually did a count of the placement things. And I could have missed one, but I was like adamant about writing it down the minute I saw it. Did either of you do that? Like actually count?
No.
Do you have a guess? Because it's not as high as I think I would have thought it was gonna be. But when you consider the brands that they put out there, I was like, that's actually a lot for product placement.
50?
It's less than that.
Interesting.
It's less than that.
25?
22. You were close. Yep. 20. Well,
Yeah.
22 and a half, because technically it's like Pepsi Zero and in the present, and then it becomes Pepsi Cola in the past. So I gave the Pepsi Cola a half mark, but my count was 22.
Yeah.
Which is
so the other
a lot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah. And for the period especially. So then you have Gremlins, right? So Twilight Zone, the movie, Gremlins, a movie called Fandango, which is uncredited, which I don't really know what that is even. But The Goonies, Back to the Future, Young Sherlock Holmes, The Color Purple, The Money Pit. There's some TV stuff, An American Tale, more TV stuff, Harry and the Hendersons, which we're going to have to do that at some point. Inner Space, 3 O'Clock High, Empire of the Sun, which we've done. Batteries Not Included, which we have to do. Who Framed Roger Rabbit, The Land Before Time, Tummy, but that's a short. The movie Dad, Back to the Future 2, Always, and then you get to 90, right? And it just keeps going. He does like 10 in 1990, right? So like it's just amazing in that period. And a lot of that is like he owned, like Amblin Entertainment is kind of becomes his like studio or whatever clearinghouse. I don't know how all that works in Hollywood, but like everything that's coming through Amblin is getting a credit from him, regardless of whether he's really involved, right? And to me,
that's kind of the point. Yeah, like I do wonder, and I wonder if he'll ever do an honest account, or someone will ever do an honest account of what he actually got involved with, or what he did, like just to the extreme of Poltergeist, where he literally did direct certain parts, right? To maybe the other end, where like, yeah, I like it, cool, I like this, check. Oh yeah, I'll do that deal. Because a big thing it seemed that he did for this was, to Renee's point, was helping them get the product placements and the deals. And he seemed, with this film in particular, to not want particular studios to have their influence over it. So he had a couple of, like, they were called like famous fights with studio executives over how he felt they wanted to do it as a group. But him as like another executive, which is like, I think a thing to think about is like a dude like Spielberg was like, the only way I can be in this shit is be with these capitalist motherfuckers, is be as good a capitalist as them. So it's like the little small version of inter-imperialist war, right? And he was very aware of that, right? He wanted that kind of power. So how is he going to get that kind of power, right? And Zemeckis is like, I'm gonna roll with this motherfucker because this dude's gonna get everything that I want.
The real terrorist of the 1980s, Steven Spielberg.
Exactly.
Not the Libyans, as we get to.
And then Cameron learned, and then you think about it, Cameron learned from Spielberg in that way, the way Cameron kind of operates and all these other people, you know, and you put Lucas in that side as well, right? You know, and then it's funny because as years go on, you get into the 90s, and you read about even like people like Scorsese when he was having his problems, and maybe him and Spielberg maybe weren't like the super cool people. When he needed some shit, he would go to Spielberg. He'd be like, "Yo, dude, I need you to help me. Like, I don't have the power you got, you know." So so Spielberg becomes that power player where he could basically, you know, do shit for him.
And there would be a role in just having Spielberg's name on something at this point, right? Like, there's no one's gonna be like, no, don't put Spielberg on, even if he doesn't have anything to do with the actual
if they can have him. But then the thing with Spielberg, and this is his capitalist shit, like he's gonna want certain demands. So I also wonder, they're like, okay, cool, we would love to have him. What does he want? Oh well, I want Final Cut, you know, or I want me to have cut, not you, right? You know, and that becomes a thing. I mean, that's always the thing with this shit, right? When you have, whether it's production houses or directors, who gets the final say on particular decisions, and they have lots of arguments about that shit, and they're often never very pretty.
Right on. So should we jump into the movie?
Let's jump.
Let's do it.
So yeah, we start off. Yeah, it's so funny because like I actually don't ever, whenever like the movie starts again, I don't remember that it starts with these kind of visual, kind of like tracking shots of like, or really pans of like the clocks, right, and all this stuff, and then like the pictures of like, you know, the famous inventors like Ben Franklin and things like that, and you get your like your Libyan your Libyan petroleum commercial, not commercial, news report, right, about them doing that. And you know, I always forget how humbly, in a way, to a certain degree, the movie starts. Like I'm always remembering the and all the zaniness, that I forget that the movie starts in this very like kind of almost mundane kind of way.
You know, it's funny that you bring up the news report, because I don't think I ever paid attention to what the broadcaster was saying. Like literally, like I remember, right? It never, like the whole, oh, we just realized it was just, you know, it was a mistake in accounting, basically. Like the petroleum's not stolen, right? Like,
plutonium, by the way, like you both have said petroleum, but it's plutonium that's stolen.
That's right.
I mean, so one thing to just say about this, because it does show up in this first scene, is that there was all of this fear around Gaddafi and nuclear weapons. And this persisted all the way until 2003, when he agreed to basically sign on post 9/11 to the anti-terror global war on terror stuff, and agreed to liquidate the weapons of mass destruction that Libya, their program around that. And of course, that's why, you know, if he hadn't done that, he probably is not assassinated, you know, by NATO also. So like that's also the reason why countries continue to pursue nuclear weapons, is because it is still the real deterrent against imperialists. You know, as we're seeing with Iran right now, the fact that they don't have nuclear weapons, but the United States and Europe and whatever use that as their fear-mongering thing, and obviously Israel more than anyone, of they can't have it, even as they say, like, we don't want it, right? But Gaddafi is interesting because he signed the non-proliferation treaty as well. Um, and but there was always these reports that he was pursuing and that he was involved in black market deals to try to get nuclear weapons and so on and so forth. And 85 is, close to the end of before the fall of the Soviet Union. Um, so it's interesting in that respect, and a lot of the quote unquote terror activity of the late 70s, early 80s becomes attributed to Gaddafi, and some of it, correctly in terms of like they actually were Libyan operations, and some of it incorrectly, right? And some of it even perhaps like him claiming things that he didn't actually have involvement in as well, right? There's a lot of different stories around that. Matteo Capasso's work around Libya is really, really good. I encourage people to read that. But in this period, he is sort of like within Hollywood, it's not surprising that they would choose Libya. And it is kind of like the Saddam of this period, even though Saddam was obviously there, but Saddam was an ally of the United States in this period against Iran. And so, yeah, so but the report is that, for folks who don't remember that part, because it is this like little blip that's on TV in a commercial, in a thing that as a kid, I was like, that doesn't really matter to the story, because I was more interested in all the clocks and like Doc's little devices. He has this thing that's spitting out dog food for Einstein, his dog that's not there, right? And that whole thing, I mean, we saw with the Goonies as well, is a very 80s thing of like these inventions or creating something that does like simple household tasks. This is obviously a pre-Alexa period. But the report is that they have stolen some plutonium, but the report is funny because it's like, oh no, they didn't. We were wrong. It was just an account. It was a clerical error, and the plutonium's all here, which is also funny because that is a very like, I don't know,
US
real thing
media
that you could
thing.
kind of,
It's a
yeah,
US
you could
media
imagine
thing.
of like, oh yeah, we
100%.
were totally wrong about that, and like we're covering this up.
Sorry.
Sorry. My bad. My bad. I will say, interestingly, that I found, and I'll drop it in the chat, because who knew this? This was just me, like, kind of poking around. In 1985, Gaddafi did an interview on PBS NewsHour where he talked about the CIA, like so much stuff. So the timing of this is so fascinating for me that all of this was happening at the same time. And even the whole portrayal throughout the, like, they made sure to keep that link of these, these Libyan terrorists, quote unquote, right, throughout the movie. Like, it gets mentioned multiple times to make sure that they keep bringing back to that through line. But even like looking into the window as the van, as they're driving the Scooby-Doo van, like careening through the parking lot of the shopping mall, and to realize that the driver's wearing a red and white keffiyeh, like all these little tiny details that, like, if you had asked me day before yesterday what the driver was wearing in the Scooby-Doo van as they were driving through, I would not have even recollected, like, at all, that was what he was wearing. And when I saw it, I was like, man, they did it all, didn't they? They really slid all of these little fine details into this.
Yeah, and like I think to like add is like, it's interesting when you look at like each decade in movies. There's always, especially in comedy movies, they love to have the foreign threat. There's what's that movie with Jack Lemmon, the comedy, The Out of Towners. It's a Neil Simon movie, right? And the very kind of famous final scene is when they finally are able to get their plane out of New York after their crazy time. They're hijacked by Cuban terrorists. And that's the joke at the end. Ha, 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 the Cuban terrorists hijack us, right? So of course, and this is in the 60s. So of course they're going to focus on Cuba in that kind of way. Cuba as the, the site of, new kind of madness that's happening. So to Jay's point and to Renee's point, like Gaddafi was someone very, 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 very visible, right? Much because he wanted to be visible, and I'm not making a criticism as like that was part of like his like political, with the way he went about his political project, right? But then also it was in the news, and you have plane hijackings and all this type of stuff, right? And then the nuclear threat thing and the kind of like nuclear and the idea of nuclear, I think generally being in the mind. I mean, Terminator, I think is the year before this, is 84, right? So, and then we're still in the Cold War kind of threat about that. They'll make a lot of jokes about it. You getting this, it's so dangerous. So the fact that that's there, and then you have the Libyans come in, them wild people, the Libyans, they want to get it. So it's like, it adds to the kind of middle American imagination who's going to watch this shit even much more like terror, right? But also, this is how Gale and Zemeckis think, right? This is the thing, and I think it's like a core part of who they are. And the whole thing with the TV screen, Renee, to your point, the one thing I will say is that it's deliberately done that way because when they're then mentioned, you're kind of primed for them to it's like not deliberate. It's like you kind of put it in there. It's like in a bit of your subconscious and like your ear, you've heard it. So when it's mentioned in the some kind of specific plot point, you've already been primed and you don't even realize it to make that kind of story, at the very least, a story connection, but also ideological kind of connection to everything that's happening.
Yeah, I'll probably say more as we get a little bit further, because once you get the actual portrayals of the Libyans and all of that, but like just to say that there's no reason why this has to be a part of the film at all. It plays no role at all. Like, it's totally unnecessary that the car is powered by nuclear energy to go 88 miles an hour or whatever the fuck. Like none of it makes any kind of sense, and so the whatever, like that all the science in it is total junk, like TV sci-fi bullshit. And we'll get to that as we talk about like, vanishing on a picture as a way to symbolize like the future changing or whatever the fuck. But the but the point, I guess, is just to say that, yeah, they go out of their way to say, okay, like, let's throw in some, Cold War demonization of a country that is trying to develop under the conditions of imperialism, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I don't want to contribute too much to the Libya discourse because it's not serious in this film, but other than to say that it is just one of those many examples in Hollywood of they already know the audience is primed in a certain way, and then they just add a little bit, and it doesn't take much, and it is quite nefarious, right? Because you just turn any like individual group of people into a set of like cartoon character villains, basically, and that's still quite prevalent, but it was really in the 80s and in the 90s, like it was like really insidious and simple the way a lot of this stuff was. Like there was never any encouragement to view anybody as like, a human being that could have motivations like trying to defend the sovereignty of their nation against the forces of evil or something like that,
Right. And I see Sam in the chat. Shout out my sister. I immediately thought of her because so there's a part of me that is really bothered by that part of the storyline because exactly what you just said. Like this whole, I literally wrote down like the Ooga Booga people because that's what Sam always says when she talks about how they denote these people, how they, like dehumanize. So the fact that like you can't even really like it sounds like they're just speaking like Neanderthal language, right? Like it doesn't even, there's no way to even equate it to like a real actual foreign language that people would study. On top of that, the fact that they're driving the Scooby-Doo van, right? Like immediately, like it's all these things put together, and it almost it really sets up this like slight message that people will hold on to, because like you said, the language from this movie has carried on forever. The hello McFly, the, like all these things have carried on forever. So this idea that the Libyan nationals are terrorists and they drive around in the cartoon vehicle and they speak a language that doesn't make sense, and like and then in the end, like they crash into they not to, and although we said we didn't really know if we were going to do scene by scene, but in the end they crash into this thing. There's not like an explosion or anything. It's not like they crashed into like a heavy security, but they just disappear. Like they're just like they're just no longer part of the storyline. It's such a bizarre, like it's actually, it bothers me a lot. I think that that for a lot of people, this is what they get about the Libyan struggle. Like this is it. This is all you get about it.
I mean, because not even seen as a struggle, though. I mean, they have no interest in the struggle.
Facts, yes.
I mean, this movie is not a like there is no interest. I mean, like if you get like no, here's what the movie's interest is. So Marty McFly walks into a fucking room, right? And he sees a big ass speaker and his guitar, right? Right. And he's talking about there's like the different primary driver, primary power, right? And he has this guitar and he has this big ass speaker, right? And he blows up, the entire room, right? This film is obsessed with this idea that there's these individuals who need to kind of tap into kind of some kind of essential power that only people within this country can do, right? And they might have some issues, right? Marty's being his father didn't complete the destiny that he did, so he needs to go do a corrective. And Doc Brown's, kind of chaotic way of finding the way to kind of, because the other thing is that we got to use time travel, which I'm also going to fundamentally say I fucking hate time travel as a thought. Time travel and multiverse are two of the worst things ever developed, because it takes people from historical analysis, and it makes everything about the past, which has to do with your subjectivity, how you see the past, right? How you interact. And the only way to correct things is deal with my past. So it's like a kind of precursor for a lot of the self-help bullshit. That is, if I just go fix and reconcile with my dad and my mom, everything will be fine. Or if my dad would have not done that, or if my dad would have punched Biff, maybe my life would be better. It's bullshit American thinking, and it takes you away from the historical totality. So, of course, Libyans in that scenario are going to be reduced, because it's not about history. It's about the past, right? And the present, and then the future that you can make if you take it into your hands, right? Which is why then Doc Brown comes, you got to save your kids. It's about your kids. And it's like, it's such bullshit, right? But Marty, like taking the stroke of like rock and roll and like harnessing this power, it's like, there's this immense power, right? And Marty and Doc Brown are the two of them. Also, it's really clear, really interesting. It's like this massive, planetary changing event is going to be harnessed through two people, essentially, Marty and Brown, right? They are the ones who are going to basically reset the interplanetary kind of equilibriums of history, right? So he's like, he comes in and he strokes that, and it's like they're trying to figure out how to harness it, and they're imperfect, right? They're doing it, but then Marty does recognize like the power, right? And he survives it, right? The fact that he survives is kind of like gush. You get this kind of conception like this kid has like a little bit of spunk and he can do something, and that's like the whole thing about Marty McFly. It's like he is this like fantasia of white American male becoming. And I think it's also very, very important that he is not upper class. And the working class degradation of this movie is also a really nasty fucking thing of white working class in this kind of way. It's really shitty, right? I probably one of my allergies to the film was I have family who was in fucking prison when I was that age, and I always hated that shit. I saw this movie, I was like, fuck the Uncle Joey shit pisses me the fuck off. But so that's part of it. I think the film, the way it sits, like the way you kind of see the relationships of like these two like individuals and like that power. Oh, and the last point that I wrote this down, and that power sits in a garage. Like the power to change history is like sitting in a garage next to a Burger King. It's not in on the positive end in collective organizing, and it's not on an imperialist end in the Pentagon. You know what I'm saying? Like those where power is somewhere in a fucking garage in the middle of Hill Valley. That's where the power is. We have to find these people. It's the absurdity. It's the absurdist idealist thinking of this culture.
Steve Jobs and Kurt Cobain going back to the future. Yeah, no, that's great. One little moment that I noticed this time that I don't think I also had really paid attention to in the past is he comes in, his skateboard, he kind of like kicks it and it rolls under the table and it stops right in this fucking trunk of plutonium that says on it like plutonium, like handle with care. It has the radioactive symbol. Like it just says fucking container of plutonium underneath the table in his garage or whatever. Yeah, Renee, did you have anything on that? Anything else on that scene you wanted to? I think we will go scene by scene, more or less.
Yeah, I think we might end up doing that. I just Sam made a point in the chat, and I'm just sometimes I feel very ill-equipped to have these conversations because I don't always know all the things that I don't know, right? And so, I mean, no one knows the things they don't know, but I also don't even recognize that it's something that I don't know. And I think for me, that's part of the nefarious nature of this movie, right? Like, even like what Intume just said about, the uncle being in prison and like back in time, he like loves being in his playpen. So like, it's a sign that he like, that like I know, right? It's like all of these really like subtle messages throughout the entire thing that like when you really put it all together, the totality of it, this movie is actually quite dangerous. It really is. It's quite dangerous.
100%. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think the thing about it for me is it's not actually, so I know, Sam made the comment about the Libyan thing being like central, and I might disagree with that a little bit, but I think it's essential, right? Like, so I think there's a distinction there, but I think that the totality of the project of this film is like, 100 little things, none of which are necessary in my view. They're not, like, in terms of telling the story, they're not, but I agree with Sam's point in terms of like making all of those points or including all of those things is the political project of the movie, right? And so in that sense, it is. And I think I read it in a lot of ways, and we'll go through it as we talk about it, but in the way that Mtume laid out there with, like, this movie is a real liquidation of struggle and of like politics and of history, right? And an idea of individualizing all of that. And that is the way in which like this movie is totally fucking Ronald Reagan. Like, it is one of the most, maybe of all the movies that we've done, this is 49. You could make an argument that in some ways this is the most Reagan of all of the films politically that we've done, which is really interesting, right? Because there's a way in which I think for a lot of us growing up, we felt like it was the most benign in certain ways. And I think that is the very insidious kind of quality of a film like this.
Yeah. So one of the things, so like you get him out and, he talks to Doc Brown. Brown has, and they do, the film is kind of early on, it's about like leading you. Like there's like things you don't quite know. Right. So like Doc is like, I need you to meet me here. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. And he's wily. And then he has to go to school. And like and this is the thing that you kind of get into. And I think I just always had a disconnect because it never quite made sense to me, is when you start to learn about Hill Valley. Right. You get into where Marty lives, and you get to I guess was kind of like the center town area, right? And it's a bit disheveled, right? It totally doesn't look like a film set, but it's a bit disheveled, right? You have the homeless guy, you have movie theaters that are kind of boarded up, right? Marty can kind of zip through it on a skateboard and hold the back. He's the freewheeling American kid, or about to be adult. He doesn't quite have the equipment in terms of an automobile, which is definitely used later in the film, of freedom. One day I'll get the truck to kind of let me be a bit more free. So these individual Americana stamps, right? And you get this kind of conceptualization of this town. And one of the very first places, because he's late for it, is that he goes to school. And this always kind of weirded me out, because I think the other disconnect I've always kind of had is I don't understand. And I do think this is intentional. Michael J. Fox in a kind of town that is supposed to be, I guess, a struggling town. I'd be curious how y'all interpreted that. A struggling town, a failing town, right? Or a failed town. He looks out of place because you get the Alex P. Keaton, which I guess is what it's supposed to be. He shouldn't be this, right? Marty is too special for that. And the Martys of the world are too special for these types of things, is I guess what they're trying to situate for ourselves. But it also just, it's so caricatured with the graffiti on the school when you go in,
much graffiti.
Yeah, and the same.
What school lets you leave all of that up there?
I felt like Joe Clark was about to roll out that motherfucker. I thought we was about to get lead on me. You know what I'm saying? It had that vibe, but at the same token, it's the way they view the world. It's through these really big caricatures. And that's what I realized about the film. The film is highly of caricature, right? From Brown, we'll get to Crispin Glover's performance, right? And Leah Thompson. These are all, they're archetypes, right? They're not real people. So, and I think it's accepted that way. And I think probably in a way for an audience, that distancing is more, people probably could engage with it a little bit better, rather than if it was done and played in a real way, right? But yeah, so he kind of gets into the school part. He has the girlfriend, and they set up that part, and the principal doesn't like him. He's a slacker, and he talks shit about his dad. I think doesn't he talk about his dad then, no, he
says it then. He's like, you're like your dad. Yeah, he says it then.
Yeah. No McFly has ever done anything, and he says something like the future will change or something, or the future can change and things like that. So kind of invoking that, because I think the title then is also really important, that it's Back to the Future, right? That now is the future, right? You got to get back to the future, right? So the past, the central time that you're coming back from will end up being the 50s. So it's interesting, that kind of conceptualization. But yeah, I threw out some stuff with anybody wants to go,
So just real quick about the town of Hill Valley itself, because this is something that I wanted to remind myself of. The mid 50s, early to mid 50s is when you had that explosion of suburbia, right? Levittown became a thing at like the end of the 1940s with the intention of selling to returning veterans in the early 50s. And so Hill Valley to me is like how that duplicated around the country, right? These little pockets of like suburbia where the whites could like flee from from all the black and brown people in the center of town. And so this also connection of how these areas essentially like exploded on stolen land, how they expanded onto spaces that used to be natural spaces with trees and grass, and and then it becomes a shopping mall. Like the fact that like it went from being all trees and grass to a shopping mall into the center of town. Like these are all those like random connections that, again, like until I was taking notes, like it never even occurred to me until I saw that, when he went back and there's like the sign, like coming soon, like these houses, whatever, whatever. And it made me think of Levittown. And I was like, when was Levittown built? And I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. Like, it's right. This is all part of like selling that idea that you can have like, this suburban life, and people can all, they made sure to throw in a couple of black people so it wasn't an all white movie, right? Like for all whatever credit you want to give like the one.
Goldie. We gotta talk about Goldie though.
Yeah,
Goldie,
we gotta get to Goldie.
It's just bullshit, man. Fuck Goldie.
The gold tooth and everything, like, oh, bruh. But so you have all of this happening. It's just it's the land, the housing, the connection to how suburbia spread, like all of those things were all things that I was in a rabbit hole looking up because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't wrong. And I wasn't, but to make sure that I wasn't wrong about that connection that I was making in my head.
Yeah, so just again, these are my probably like persnickety stuff around small town, suburbia, etc. But yeah, I mean, so Levittown is an intentionally planned community, right? And I think this is like a lot of what we see in terms of suburbia falls on that template, right? That template of real estate development buys up a set of land, they mass produce houses that look a certain way. I think I was just reading that the Levittown houses were like $7,000, right? Just like wild when you think about it now. Obviously, money was a lot different back then in terms of what it could purchase and how much people made and all of that kind of stuff. But certainly, real wages were significantly higher back then. But yeah, that post World War II sprawl that combines, of course, with white flight from the cities as well. You also, I mean, one of the really nefarious things about this film is how it deals or doesn't deal with segregation, right? Setting something in 1955. I mean, it sidesteps it in certain ways because they're like, oh, California, right? Which gives this sort of plausible deniability to that discourse in a certain way, which is also, there's a whole thing in this film about progress, which we'll have to return to because this is like
Progress is his middle name.
Well, yeah, right. That's Goldie's middle name, as well as the mayor.
I am the mayor in 55. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, there's also one of the things I noticed this time more that, again, I never really paid that much attention to, right, is I paid attention with characters like Biff historically through the different movies that like he says the same things over and over again. And like, no matter who he's playing within the, whatever 60-year period that the first two play. And then also when you go back to the 19th century in the terrible settler colonial first one. Or third one, I mean. But the thing about back to the town point for a second, it is really interesting and chaotic in a lot of ways because, yeah, you have Goldie, the black mayor in the 80s, which of course is something that's happening coming out of like the civil rights movement in the 70s, and particularly after like the Gary, Indiana stuff, and you start to get black mayors elected to cities, or more black politicians at a kind of municipal level, and in other way, other arenas, right? Um, but also how this is like you're presented with a hill valley that, as we will see when we go between different periods, it has decayed in a certain way, right? You have the graffiti, you have this real narrative of the decay of the family, which we'll like come back to that, right? Um, but yeah, so it's basically the black mayor who has stolen all of the slogans from the 1955 mayor, and the entire campaign platform and the middle name and everything, right? Who has taken the city, the city awry, which Hill Valley is a small town, is the way I would frame it. I mean, but the the part where Marty lives, right? That's more like suburbia of this small town, right? Or it's all of these, which is a way small towns in America actually have developed, right? Where you did have a small town that was some kind of center, right? Like some kind of place where entertainment, commerce, food, etc., were there, right? And then the suburbia is kind of those planned communities that are built around that. So that people don't even have to live in this small town, which is not like, it's not like LA or San Francisco or anything like that, right? There's like one movie theater, a diner, which has now been turned into an aerobics studio, all these kind of things. And yeah,
And
anyway,
the movie theaters, which I also have a note of, are all like triple X,
yes,
like,
yeah,
adult movie,
yes.
so like there's also this idea that like they hired this black mayor, like now they have, and look at how awful everything is. Like the school building's covered in graffiti now, and all the movie theaters are gone, and you know what I mean? Like it's a
But think about
fascinating.
so let's think about that, what that translates out, because if you think about the 80s, the Reagan project of going around what a lot of these small towns and rural areas to say, your places are destroyed, right? Why? It was a lot of these like, self-important Democrats and liberals who went in there and fucked up your shit, right? Let me kind of come back in there. And Goldie, when you see him in the 50s, he's self-important about what's going to make his legacy something stand, right? So his interest in becoming mayor, when Marty mentions that he becomes mayor to him, is about his own personal success, nothing about anything else, right? So you can use him as like a lot of what was already being said about general people around America at that time, right? These liberal, a lot of them are black or people who were good with the blacks, right? They fucked up everything. The reason why you got triple X theaters in your towns is these self-important people who don't really care about you. And this is where it can feed to that Reaganite kind of mentality, totally, because he totally has the semiotics of the kind of caricature that they wanted to put out there. And I was like, oh, this is rewatching it. I was like, this is real, because what's funny because he's not really an active character at all. Like Goldie's like this kind of like thing that kind of hangs in like not even like the second degree. He's kind of like mid-level in a way, but he's there to kind of paint the kind of degradation. And then you juxtapose him with Marty, right, and Brown, and then even with when Crispin Glover at the end of the film is now a success, you juxtapose him with him and you see the real vision of success, this kind of individualist, and because of what he does to become successful was essentially defend his wife from a big tyrant, right? Or his soon to be wife or eventual wife from a big tyrant. These are the symbols of people who defend through these kind of individual acts, while Goldie's self-important, thinking about himself. And then, because then you get the old woman, save the clock tower. Goldie doesn't care. Yeah, save the clock tower. He doesn't care about our American landmarks. He doesn't care about our traditions. Right? It's all fucked up.
I hate that scene so much. I was like, these people just hate politics like to their core, right? You put this fucking like the only thing that is like overtly, I mean, obviously you could talk about Goldie as politics, right? But this is of course like for that, it's just all like Marty gives him an idea in 1955, and which doesn't make sense, right? Because he's already the mayor. So like there's a but anyway, yeah.
But
The movie
that
definitely
and
hates all political
oh,
activity. Yeah, go ahead.
100%. But that also gives you the first clue of how, and you said this in Tume, how important Marty and Doc are to the trajectory of the whole world, right? Because it's not that Goldie was mayor because that was where he was. It's because when Marty went back to the past, he gave Goldie the idea that he should become the mayor. Like it's this weird, it creates this weird chicken and egg thing, right? Like which one happens first that you can't ever resolve because the entire storyline is nonsensical.
And I think the phrase you just said is why I hate time travel. You can never resolve it. And that's the thing about history. This is why these films are not about history. They're about the past. You can reconcile it through your personal kind of struggles. But history is like either, well, I guess essentially you would say the history is predetermined is the only way to think about that. If you're in a loop, that history is predetermined, right? Because yeah, Marty will have, like you to that point, Marty will have always had to go there and implant in
Right.
Goldie. This
right.
always have had to have happened. So it's go ahead.
I'll just run through a couple of little segments here, and then if there's anything y'all want to talk about. So yeah, we see the mayor, Progress is the middle name, yada yada yada. He goes to school, right? His girlfriend tries to help him avoid Strickland, who is the same character, same person, same actor, all of it. And that's one of the funny, I think I liked that as a kid, that like the characters are always the same in the different time periods, kind of that, but it's annoying when you rewatch it to me. He goes to the music audition. Oh, well, first of all, Strickland calls him a slacker, right? Which is, this movie is big in I don't know. Slacker was a big term in the 80s and the 90s for sure. And I feel like this
Well,
movie
you have
played a
that
part
big
in that.
movie in the 90s, Slackers, a big indie.
Yes. Yes. Huey Lewis in the News is from the News is one of the judges, which I didn't really remember that, but he's one of the judges in the auditions for like I don't even know what it
missed that.
is. But he tells them that you're too damn loud, right? Which
Yeah.
there's something
And
to
he's
come
playing
back
his
to
song,
later.
right? Isn't he playing his song? Isn't he playing a Huey Lewis song in that part?
He
the
might
power
be.
of I think
Yeah,
they're playing.
does he play the Power of Love in that?
Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
does. Yeah, so I think it's like part of the thing. It's like the joke, the meta.
Huey Lewis and the News's music is throughout this film, and I mean that's another thing to talk about. Obviously, he was a big artist in the 80s. It was a big vehicle for him and his band, but also like they're very specific. Like I also feel like they fit in a lot of ways as a kind of retro band themselves. Obviously, their music doesn't sound quite like 1950s music, but in the context of the 80s, where you have like hip hop and punk and like metal and all of this other stuff, like, all this kind of new music, him to be this kind of classical, like pop star, vocal driven, whatever, that like I hate that fucking music, but it's, you know, anyway, like I do think there's a 50s resonance with Huey Lewis and the News's music in general. And that's something that's really, I think, important about this film overall is this connection it tries to draw between the 80s and the 50s, which was a Reagan thing as well. And it's still a thing. I mean, MAGA is still like, let's return to the 1950s, right? That it becomes particularly for white Americans. And look, I don't want to be the one defending white Americans, but I'm going to do it anyway to some extent here to say that like there's a large cultural project to implant that kind of fantasia among white people of the good time for you was the 1950s. And so we need to get back to that. We need to get back to segregation. We need to get back to like white family values. And we'll talk about that in this film, right? And that this was the time when things were really good for you. And if we can just get back there, they'll be good for you again, right? And obviously that's bullshit. People shouldn't buy that shit. But it's a product, right? That's sold and pushed. And this movie is like a really big kind of vehicle of that. And yeah, so I'd just say that.
Do either of you know because this was not obviously in the mid 80s, I was not listening to Huey Lewis in the News, like that band. Were they big before this movie, or was this because both of those songs were actually written for the movie? Like, it's not like, they had the song and they used it in the movie. They actually wrote the song to be used in the movie and on the soundtrack. So I'm trying to figure out, because I just don't know. It just occurred to me that I don't know the answer to the question. Were they big before, or was this the thing that kind of catapulted them? Do you know?
They were on the precipice. They had an album a couple of years before that was pretty big. But
Sports was big, yeah.
Sports was pretty big. This song was huge for them, though, right? And they were also Huey Lewis was also in We Are the World, which was the same year.
We Are the World.
So you have like We Are the World. You have this for him. Sports was really big. So yeah, I think it was kind of like helping in that way. They were kind of on the rise, ascending. I'm just gonna be quiet, let y'all look at that picture for a moment and just see the kind of, nonsense that is.
That's some wild stuff that we got.
That's some shit. Right there. Wild as hell. Yeah, but this song definitely was like a huge, I think it was their first #1 song, but they had like, top 10 Billboard albums and things like that.
Yeah. And then this did become like a trend, right? Like this type of song in the movies. Didn't this like,
that's an 80s thing.
Like this sound for soundtracks and stuff became.
Yeah, like that's a huge 80s thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Back to the Future starts that as much as like by the mid 80s it became a mainstay. Like the song, which is kind of borrowed also from Bond and other things that kind of were previous. Like certain types of franchises did that, but they started doing that, like getting like a song for the movie, getting a pop star to do a song. Yeah, and by like the mid to late 80s, like it was the thing. And a lot of it had to do with the record labels. And I mean, it's a lot to remember, like Warner Brothers is making movies and music. So they're like, shit, let's get Madonna,
So sports was really big. It took a little while, but it did get to all the way to #1. So it was like as an album, and it was multi-platinum. But it comes out in 83, and like it's also Huey Lewis in the News was also big on MTV in that era. And folks know, probably even if you saw like the new Michael Jackson movie, like that they didn't really play black artists in the early 80s, right? Michael becomes kind of the vehicle which to kind of integrate MTV, because it was basically an all-white platform when it starts, which is just wild too. But Huey Lewis in the News was big on MTV. And yeah, I mean, I can't stand it, but there's a lot, like The Heart of Rock and Roll would be a song from that album that people would remember, right? I Want a New Drug, If This Is It, right? So like some very big 80s hits, right? And then this, to your point, like this does come out right as they're like, rising to that level. So it, I think, just further cements them, because it becomes, the whole movie is like one big music video essentially for Huey Lewis in the News in a certain way.
So what's the next sequences of scenes? So
they leave, they go to high school, right? He's rejected. He's upset. He's like, I might not do music anymore. His girlfriend Jennifer is like, oh, you should. He's looking at other girls too, like in a very like oogling kind of way, and she sort of just turns him away. The patriarchy in this film is so fucked, and we'll have to
Oh
Wild.
yeah.
we'll have to spend some time on this. He throws a Oh, yeah. He talks about, so he sees the Toyota pickup truck, which I also kind of forgot this. And it's this fantasy of his to have this black Toyota pickup truck. I think it's like some kind of prize, right? Like he's talking about like you can win it through some way. I can't remember. He's dreaming about like, I want to have it. I want to take you up to the lake in it, throw a couple sleeping bags in the back, sleep under the stars. He talks about his mother. Like there's this whole then discourse. He talks about his mother, used to be a nun, right? Which making a joke about how sort of repressed and sheltered his mother treats the kids, that they shouldn't do anything. And we get some of that in a minute when we meet the family in the next scene. But, you get set up that he and Jennifer are in love. You get that scene with the woman who's saved the clock tower from the Black Mayor, even though the clock tower hasn't worked for 30 fucking years, by the way, and nobody did anything about that. But, she gives him a piece of paper about that, about the night the clock tower is struck by lightning, which, I mean, there's so many things in this film that are both foreshadowing and stupid plot devices also in the film. And Jennifer writes her number of her grandma's house because she's going to stay with her grandma that night.
She's going to her grandma's for the night. Yep.
Yeah. And says, I love you on it. Right. And she runs away to, get in the car with her dad, who's giving her a ride. And he goes away from there, I think, to his house. Right. Yeah. Back to the Lyon Estates, right. Which is the Levittown style subdivision he lives in, and now looks like shit. Now has like graffiti all over the lions. And yeah. Anyways, he sees the tow truck pulling the family car into the lot, and it's been totaled, right? And so you get this back home scene with Biff and his father to start. I don't know if either of you want to talk about any of that or that piece.
There's just so much there. I don't there's a lot happening. There really is. There's a lot happening. I will say the whole writing the number on the back of the paper was very nostalgic for me. I recall these days of like giving your phone number to people and like having to actually write it down because there was nowhere else to record it. Right?
And it being your landline, right, Renee?
Right,
yeah.
With the curled cord and everything. But also that whole conversation about his mother, and he thinks she was a nun, and linking to this idea that like women are supposed to be like these pristine figures who have like no history, they don't do anything, they're just waiting to get married so that they can have babies. The fact that he consistently like rides behind cars while on his skateboard, which like I'm like, is that a thing? Like, was that a thing that people actually did? Because I never saw that outside of the movie as I really think about it. No, right?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's a great point. And I think this film also, like, I have to think of like how many of us young people this film made want to get a skateboard, right? Because like that's part of what makes Marty McFly cool in all of this, is like he's a fucking awesome skater. Like that's, I mean, and not really, of course, like he does like 2 little tricks. He's not like an incredible skater, but to us, because there weren't that many representations of skateboarding within, mainstream films or whatever, that was an image. And obviously skating was really big in the 80s, but then especially in the 90s, right? So yeah, right. Anyway, but yeah.
And then also the contrast of like him talking about his mother and how like pristine her history is, while like kissing his girlfriend in public while her father pulls up, and her father doesn't even like question it. He's not like, get away from that boy, like it's okay. Like in the 80s, it's fine to be. It's just there's so many weird. I don't even know if weird is a good word for it, but there's just a lot. There's a lot happening that gives all these little clues to like what life is supposed to be about versus what life is. And the Reaganomics thing is like it's a big. I don't, I had a throw off comment about it, but now I'm like, there's a lot more there than I think I was really, really thinking about.
Yeah, like I never saw anyone ride the skateboard on back of a car, but I've always read it like making Marty into guitars, being able to ride on the back of a car with a skateboard, it just adds to the kind of mythology of like extraordinary non-superhero, but he's like whatever the equivalent. This is really before superheroes, but this is like, kind of extraordinary kind of individual, right? So he has to have these like little tricks that no one else can do. And also, so like he bucks trends a little bit. It kind of goes back to what we were saying about things like Die Hard or Lethal Weapon. It's the same thing. Like these heroes have to have ways that they can do little things that are like kind of like, rough around the edges or kind of buck certain kind of rules, right? To basically push things forward. Because at the end of the day, their moral fortitude is so strong that that's okay. Actually we need to embrace that. So he's the good version of the kind of like, free spirit, right? Though, like, I have to say, like, it never worked on me that Michael J. Fox was going to be a competent rock and roll motherfucker. That shit always looked like dumb as shit to me, and I was always allergic to that shit. Partly because my dad played black classic rock and roll in my house. So seeing Michael J. Fox, Alex P. Keaton with the guitar just is like, it doesn't make any sense. It has never worked for me. The last thing I'll say, though, and I kind of said it already, and I think maybe we can go into the Biff, into their scene when you get home with like the family, there's this also just this thing, this like this like the white American project, the way they need to kind of like defend themselves is usually through caricatures of their own working class, right? A lot of the times, right? You can see this later with like Good Will Hunting, right? Or these types of movies, but this kind of like this has a legacy to that in a particular way, because like they need to kind of make them like socially degraded, right? And like, destitute, to give them a kind of a pathway to fight against. But what's in their way? It's not America, it's not fucking, unequal or it's not surplus value extraction. It's not the fact that they've been kind of indoctrinated to like take over a kind of settler colonial project and feel part of it. No, it's Biff. Biff's the problem. Biff is your issue, right? It's fucking Biff. If you knock out your bully and you punch your bully, yes, you will correct your life. So like for him to like, come home and see like Biff in the big suit and his dad and Crispin Glover in this really overly done performance. It's like really hard for me to watch him do it. In this kind of social thing with him, right? And like Biff is like Biff is the wall, right? And he can kind of come in and dominate, and the dad can't defend himself, and it's like, yeah, I know they're Biffs, but like Biffs are socially produced as well, right? They're part of a totality, right? If Biff is, it's that easy. Okay, so basically I should go punch up my bully, right? All right, if I gotta punch up my bully and then my life will be fine, cool. Got it. I figured it all out. America, thank you. I appreciate it. This is what they're telling me. And like, it's just, like Biff is just completely fucking ridiculous in that kind of way. But they set that up, right? And then you get into kind of like learning about his family and like going through that whole world. You see his gauntlet of problems, and now the problem is at home.
Yeah, agree. I mean, I think the analysis is right there. I guess the only thing I would say in addition, right, is that in particular, George McFly, you know, played by Crispin Glover, as you talk about. And again, I totally agree. It's like a terrible performance, and it's probably the reason why he's not had a great career in Hollywood that I'm aware of, at least. But um, he's like the most Reaganite or MAGA view of the so-called like beta male or whatever the fuck. Like it's just this idea that he's basically this liberal cuck, right? Like that, that because there is the whole thing, like Biff even says to Marty, like, say hi to your mom for me, right? Like, and this, like, we'll get to that when we get back to the past and all of this kind of stuff, right? But you're just supposed to believe that, just to give people the context of what happens, Biff has totaled the family car. George tries like very passively to say, well, your insurance is going to cover this, I hope, right? And Biff's like, no, your insurance should cover it. It's your car, and you didn't tell me it had a blind spot. And you need to cover my dry cleaning bill because I poured beer all over myself.
I was about to say, let's not leave out the drunk driving part, the driving while drinking when this accident happens, but okay.
Absolutely, right? And so, like, you get this image of George McFly, right? And then, of course, he does the thing, which you get when you get to the 50s, too. In 50s, it's his homework. Here, it's the TPS reports or whatever, because they work for some unnamed kind of corporate job. Biff is the supervisor. George is his, employee, basically, or his lower down in the ladder for him, works underneath him. And Biff is telling him, you got to do my report. You need to give it to me in time, so I can rewrite it, type it back up so they don't think that you did it. I can't hand it in your handwriting. Knocks on his head, McFly, Earth to McFly kind of thing, right? And you just get this sense of George, and Marty's watching all of this and is like, Dad, like, you got to stand up to this guy, basically. And George is just basically like, I can't, you know what I mean? And so there's this whole setup, and he comes in the next scene too, of a family that's kind of just like stuck in this rut from past, right? That they can't possibly get out. I mean, it is absurd. We have to say, like, the idea you can't go work somewhere that's where your boss isn't your high school bully, like, like, what the fuck, like the whole way that the film revolves, and all of these films, all three of them, revolve around a very small cast of characters, and that this becomes the way that, rather than dealing with any kind of, you know struggle or group or any analysis of anything, it's just sort of the interpersonal reactions or relationships. And that what's missing is that George needs to basically like grow a pair, right? And then everything will be totally transformed, you know. And Biff is also, I mean, obviously he's a bully, and we've talked about bullies in the 80s and how it's just kind of this stand-in for, authoritarianism, whatever. Um, but Biff is a character that's completely removed of any sort of anything. Like, it's just totally a caricature. Like, there's no clear motivations, anything. It's just like does mean things to people,
Right.
So anyway. No, go
Yeah,
ahead,
so
Renee.
I want to say one
Cool.
thing really quick, like, and this is kind of like, I think, my issue with all of it. Are there bullies? Yes. Do we all know motherfuckers who come up and take advantage of us and do weird shit? And are there situations in smaller confined spaces that become longer, sustained, abusive or manipulative relationships? Yes. So you could see that. But the problem with making a film, which is supposed to be about a world, and you hyper focus on that, and you literally eliminate history and even history as like a workable idea, and you focus on like fixing the past of your family, which like they even use family in a very short shrift here, it ideologically will always distort people's, even their own perceptions of their own of themselves within the totality of existence. And like that's what I've noticed, because one of the things that I have noticed over the years of people who like this movie, especially when I talk to people that I like would go to college with, is that like they either they fixate on the George or the Marty and see themselves as one of the two. Right. I've noticed that. Right. And Biff becomes this kind of thing that they fixate on as the thing they have to war against. Right. So when you're discussing any kind of thing about like structures or anything like that, they don't want to deal with that. They're so hyper folks fixated on that, and then everyone becomes a Biff. I've heard people say that they're a Biff. I'm like, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. There is no Biff. There's bullies, but there's no Biff. Biff is a false creation, and we can't use these. If you're gonna say we can't use Marty McFly, we can't use Biff either. Just because it kind of satisfies a little bit of like the shit that you felt that happened in your life. That was real, but it's not real. They're using that shit to fuck with you. And that's something that I'd be like really trying to get at people, because I see that a lot. People try to fixate that and they use that. I'm like, Biff's not real, dude. It's bullshit, right? It's a pluck out of a thing, right? That, can kind of exist in a particular way, but it exists within a larger social structure.
And I think so. It's interesting to think about like that he's working for his high school bully, right? But also this idea that like if you grew up in suburbia, like you never have to leave, right? Like you can just stay in your suburban town. You don't have to go anywhere. You can get a job there. Everybody is still around, all the same people you went to high school with. It's this very bizarre, like this like bubble that gets created by this idea that suburbia are these places where you can grow up and live and stay your whole life, and as long as you maintain these white family values, everything can be okay, right? Because it's not like in the future after he knocks Biff out, like he doesn't wake up and they're like in a whole different town and like they're still in Hill Valley, right? Like they haven't they didn't go anywhere. They still stayed, like they just perfected where they were with this small change in history. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that's like that you nailed something that's really important there, right? Because even though like in some ways nothing changes, everything changes. Right. And that's what's really fucked about the way that it all like functions in the film, right? Is if you are just the man who stands up for himself and leads his family in this kind of Christian patriarchal, like, view, this, you have to be an alpha, you got to stand up to your bullies, right? You can't be pushed around. Then you can live in the same home, but it will look glamorous. You'll have the country club membership. Suddenly your whole suburb is transformed from this like rundown, place to like looking really nice, and the streets look better. There are more trees. Like it's very subtle and nefarious in which, like you say, Renee, they are still in the same house, but it doesn't look or feel in any way similar to what they are. And I mean, we could probably go into this next scene here, right? Because you get, kind of the around the dinner table scene, and the father is still watching the fucking Honeymooners from the 1950s, still in black and white, which obviously the Honeymooners is all in black and white, but like just, strange, right? That you're in 1985 and I mean, I had I'm from, relatively speaking, like similar, I grew up in the 80s, right? I had grandparents that would watch old stuff that was in like black and white, but my parents weren't sitting around watching like, 1950s sitcoms or whatever. Um, and so I take that as them, wanting to sort of, this movie has a very, the cycle, it'd be interesting to talk to Laura Shihai about this film, I think, right? Because like the psychology of this film is really, um it's bullshit, but it's also like interesting in its bullshit, right? Because there's this idea, I think, that they're sort of stuck in this, they can't move forward, they're unable to progress because of the conditions of their past. And what are those conditions, right? So you get the story from Lorraine, Marty's mom, that's been told obviously 100 times, about how she found George because her father hit him with a car, and she felt sorry for him, and she nursed him back to health, and they fell in love, right? And this is used in a couple of ways. One, it's used to, as this kind of like browbeating of the daughter, the older daughter, that she shouldn't be calling boys or like trying to ask boys out on dates or being at all like forward in any way, that she should wait for a man to literally just like fall into her lap, essentially, right? Um, and the older brother works, I think, fast food, right? Or something like that. Like he has like a
I
kind
made
of,
the guess of Burger King, even though it's not that.
It's that kind of like
It's that
wear. It's
look,
like
yeah.
McDonald's, yeah, with like the visor kind of hat.
yeah, and he's older, right? So he's graduated, like, so he is stuck in this rut. He's going out to work like a late shift at some fast food place after they eat dinner. Um, everybody, both the girl, I can't remember her name right now, and Lorraine are also in
Linda,
like
I think his sister is
Linda.
Linda. Yeah.
They're both in like suits. I mean, Lorraine for sure, right? But they're both like, they've added like extra weight to them intentionally, make them look like weighed down. Obviously, with Marty's mom, there's the whole weird shit because like they want the same actress to play in the 50s. Of course, the same actress plays George McFly in the 50s too. So there's a whole weird thing about the passage of 30 years and how the people basically, but with her, they want her to look older and also like, fatter, right? And like,
Also, because
so
she's a drinker, because he's a drunk.
she's a drunk, right? She's the
Not
pop off.
not on the rocks at the dinner table. I actually literally had that written down. Vodka on the rocks at dinner. That's what?
And pop off, right? Right, which is like, for folks who don't know vodka, I mean, it's just like the worst. It's like it's like college, just so many bad nights, bad memories of people. I've never liked vodka. Apologies to the Russians, but pop off is like the fucking worst. But yeah, she's drinking that at dinner. So yeah, and George McFly is stuck laughing way too hard at this like 1950s sitcom, and can't really also pay attention to his family either. Like he's so stuck in, I guess he's supposed to be writing Biff's reports out as he's watching this, right? But he's just sort of stuck in the past and then consumed with this work for Biff. Other things from that?
Yeah. So
Uncle
kind of
Joey.
how it's Uncle Joey too. I mean, kind of how I read George McFly is that he's like a perpetual adolescent. He's basically, and it would be curious to see what Laura thinks about that. Actually, I'm actually curious about that. He's kind of coded because he hasn't reached a kind of male awakening, even though he's married, right? But then they do suggest that even though they have kids, him and oh my god, what's the Lorraine? Him and Lorraine don't necessarily have a sensual marriage, and they punctuate that at the end when he's like punching her butt and all that, to know that not only have they changed in class, they've changed in a kind of like allure to each other. So like the nature of their kind of cohabitation has changed, right? So he's like this perpetual adolescent. So he's actually like he's even like desexualized because he can't do things. I mean, it's really funky, and it is that kind of thing, like the cuck and like the or what's the who was the character in Game of Thrones when they cut off the
eunuch?
Yeah,
eunuch. Yeah.
He's like a eunuch in that way, right?
Yeah. And Marty even says, like, it's a wonder that I was ever born, Dad, right? When he goes back to the 1960s, right? So, like,
right. Yeah. And then the other thing that's always stuck out to me, and I do think this is on purpose, is they don't look like an actual family that you would believe, because there's no way that Marty looks like the brother and sister. His brother and sister, they look like they could be brother and sister in a kind of way, right? Not totally, but you could kind of believe it in the movie world. Marty looks nothing. He has no vibe similar to them, which I think does denote him as a bit of a separate person, right? He is the special one. He'll be the one who'll be able to kind of give the family the potentiality. But also it for me, it always like stilted it. It always made it a bit like it's like hard to like. So everything is kind of caricature, right? And then like the thing with like the drinking and then the Uncle Joey, right? That like she was like, so basically the first thing she says is like, "Oh, your Uncle Joey's not coming home," right? So that's like the thing. He got denied his parole or something like that.
Yeah, and she dumps the sheet cake out on the table,
right? And like it's just this thing. It's like the way upper class folks, and particularly white folks at this time, though I gotta say, as the years have gone on, upper class Black folks in movies have kind of gotten into this as well. Is the way you kind of code struggle for people are in these ways that, because then when you see Uncle Joey, the joke about Uncle Joey is that he's always liked being behind bars. When you go behind, you see him as a baby, that like this is part of his destiny, right? And like, so the idea that like destiny exists, right? And they need to separate Marty because Marty is the special destiny person, right? And if he can't do it, right, then the whole family can't do anything.
Right. And this all ties back to what you were saying about him being like the crux of the nature of the world changing, right? So it's an intentional decision for him to look so different and to be like the cool kid in comparison to his family, even though at school he's not really presented that way, like in public, you know what I mean? Like in the public spaces, he's not that impressive. But when you put him in contrast to his family, he suddenly becomes way more like, oh, okay, well, you're better than what your family's doing.
Right.
And, just quickly thinking back to this whole idea about like, like the way women are supposed to be, right? This whole tying idea of like, I never parked with a boy and I never did this, which all of course turned out to be a lie, right? Like in the end, when he meets his mother in the past, she is everything that she said she's telling them she wasn't, right? Like she smokes, she drinks, she like all of those things. So there's also this little telling of the story about how women lie about who they are, right? How they're very dishonest about who they were and what they bring into the marriage and into the family. And I don't even remember, like, does she even have a job? Like, is she
they
like
don't mention it.
They don't
mention it.
No, right? So there's no way to know.
No.
Like, is she doing anything, or is she just a drunk? Like, and then the makeup is horrifying.
Oh, it's so
like really like their decision that it had to be Leah Thompson in every version of the movie, even though it's not, no one else, like it's George is a different George. Like it's not this. Is it the same George?
Yeah.
It's Crispin Glover. So
yeah. And
How
Biff,
come
yeah.
how come they got George to look so normal?
I think it has a lot to do
Between
with. I think they really wanted to degrade her. I'll be honest. I think you're
okay,
right,
Yeah.
Renee. I think it goes to
okay,
like your point, or it even proves it more. I think there's this way they need George's failure to become a man to be so destructive towards her that she looks that it literally like drains her life out.
wild,
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. You were saying. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I think that's right. I mean, like I have some of the dialogue here, right? So, they talk about first of all, the cake, um, it's welcome home. It says welcome home, Uncle Joey, right? An image of a blackbird flying out of a prison door cell, right? She's mom says it would be nice if you all dropped him a line, right? Because of his parole's been denied. So she's giving them the cake that says welcome home, but he's not coming home. And Marty says Uncle Jailbird Joey, right? And then Marty's older brother Dave, um, he says he's your brother, Mom, right? And then Linda says, "Yeah, I think it's a major embarrassment having an uncle in prison." Right? And then she says, "We all make mistakes in life, children. When I was your age." But then yeah, she goes to this later the thing that Renee was just talking about of I never did XYZ with a boy, right? I didn't park, I didn't ask a boy out, I didn't do this. And so Linda says, "How am I supposed to meet someone?" She says, "It'll just happen like me with your father." Um and she said, "That was so stupid. Grandpa hit him with a car." That's what Linda said. And she says it was meant to be. If grandpa hadn't hit him, none of you all would have ever been born. Right. And then she says, "What was it, George? Bird watching?" Right. And like he doesn't respond to that. And this, of course, becomes funny because when Marty goes back to the past, he realizes his dad is such a creep. He's a peeping Tom, right? Like this was the whole thing is he was looking in at Lorraine with binoculars from a tree branch when he falls off to get hit by the car, right? Um and yeah, so anyways, then they go into the whole the scene also again serves a purpose of just telling everything that Marty will need to know when he goes back to the past about his parents' story, right? Because they talk about the first kiss, the night with the lightning and the storm at the dance and all that kind of stuff. And so there's a ton of really bad foreshadowing in all of these films, in every single one of them, where they like give you force feed you all of the things that you need to know rather than Marty could just recall something that his parents used to say at some point, but no, it's like you have to be told it too. It's really bad directing, I think, in writing in a certain way too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one last thing on that, and then we could probably keep moving. Is that there's also this thing of like, your parents are like, your parents never really tell you the truth thing, right, about themselves. So this kind of fantasy that you could go back and see what your parents really were doing, and that they're all lying to you. That kind of narrative trope, I think, is really at play here too as well.
Yeah, so the writers, so it's Zemeckis and somebody else, Gabe or
Gail,
Gail, right?
yeah,
So Gail, has I didn't go deep into this stupid lore because it's but he has this thing about like he saw his father's high school yearbook
yep,
and was like, I wonder if we would have been friends, and like started to do this discussion, right? And like,
yeah,
I mean, it is really true. I think those of us who are parents, particularly of older, kids and stuff like that, of there is a real difficulty of trying to relate intergenerationally. And there is the challenge, I think, of parents of, you want to protect your kids to a certain extent. And we all know that everybody's pretty much a knucklehead between the ages of like 14 and 26, right? It's just sort of the reality of it to some extent. And so but yeah, the mom is the classic, like, clean up all the stories or whatever. And, is very different in, but it's like, I don't know, to some extent, like that's obvious, like to me, but.
yeah. So after this, we get to Marty waking up and having to go meet Doc Brown in the Twin Pines Mall, right? And you get out to the mall, right? And you see, you know, the dog Einstein, right? And then you see the DeLorean, right? Which is so funny because like the DeLorean and that the actual company DeLoreans, I think, was around for like 2 years before they went bankrupt. It was something like that. I don't. It wasn't. I know they didn't make 5, but I think they were around for like 2 years before they went bankrupt. And then but now the DeLorean like lives on in lore because of this movie, right? And you see, Doc Brown, the DeLorean come out, and you get introduced for the first time visually to Christopher Lloyd as Dr. Brown. Because you only hear him vocally a couple of times, and he gets confirmed. And Marty's like going to do like his the videographer, right, of the entire thing. And then this is where he discovers through sending Einstein, I think, was it like back 10 minutes or something like that, or 4 10 minutes, I can't remember.
Just 1 minute.
just
Just 1 minute.
1 minute, right? 10 minutes is later, right? When he goes back 10 minutes, right? 1 minute to seeing that time travel is real. And we learn that Doc Brown is the secret he's been holding, is that he has discovered the secret through time travel through a DeLorean.
Yeah. Just quickly, DeLorean, JMP notes that Chrysler bought them all up and bankrupted them. There were only 9,000 estimated DeLoreans ever made, right? So like it is also this weird thing where, particularly because of this movie, it becomes this like piece of nostalgia also that people want. And so they're actually very hard, to get and very valuable at this point, even though it was not a popular car or all of that. But yeah, you're right. It's 2 years. It's 81 and 82. And that's it. So for the DeLorean.
Which is funny because it's before the movie comes out. So by the time the movie comes out, there are already no DeLoreans left. And so, right? So like there's this whole like this car that's in this movie that everybody's like, well, what's a DeLorean? Well, there are no DeLoreans. Like it's done. The era's over. There's no more of them. The note that I have from this scene that I thought was pretty interesting is like, so the phone rings at like almost midnight. He just gets up and leaves his house on his skateboard to go meet in a parking lot in the middle of town. No one asks any questions. There's no parent like, where the hell are you going? It's a school night, so like he's just like all. And I'm like, what has happened? Like,
because mom drunk on the couch, right? and dad is a perpetual child.
Like, that was something that really stood out to me. Like, I was like, wait a minute, he got a phone call in the middle, and it's a house phone. And he has a phone in his room, which is also like, wait, you have a phone in your room in the 1980s? And it's like, it doesn't disturb the whole house for the phone to ring. You just leave in the middle of the night and no one notices. Like, this is all very weird. I keep using the word weird, and it's not the right word, but I just can't. I don't know if I have another word to explain how truly like off-putting this whole idea is, that your kid who's a high school student can get a phone call from an adult in the middle of the night, and he just gets up and gets out of bed and like walks out the door in the same clothes that he was wearing all day, because he rides his skateboard to a mall in the middle of the night. It's just like, what? But this was the marker. This was one of the markers to me that I was like, this story literally makes no sense. Like, this is not real. This is not real life. Like, this would not happen. Literally would not happen.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat also, like, how did Do meet Doc in the first place? And that's another one too that like I find funny, right? That they don't really ever really kind of explain to us at all. Don't explain to us at all. But the functionality of it, of like this failed scientist who's an outcast because his ideas are too big and no one can like understand him. It's one of the things we understand from the movie too. And I actually didn't see this. They suggest that he said he blew his family fortune right on everything, right? I think he says that.
Yeah.
So that
There's some
so suggesting he comes from like a higher like class stock and he blew it on science, right? On this like long form project, right? But then also so that him and McFly, this like young kid, they need to but then they add it like they're kind of like cosmically connected. So who needs an origin story? They've always been connected. This is part of the stars of everything, you know?
Yeah, there's a couple of like, this movie is interesting also because it is kind of like one of those early sort of Easter egg films, right? Like I hate that shit, but just like these little things that get dropped in to kind of provide context that are very easy to miss because they're not really important, but they do a little bit just so you have something. And this, I mean, Zemeckis does this in Who Framed Roger Rabbit as well. So it's probably just an aspect of his filmmaking on the whole, which somebody also brought up that he's the Forrest Gump director, right? Which is also like one of the probably the most nefarious movie of all of the 90s, by the way, which we'll have to do at some point when we get there. But um, in that first scene, there are two newspaper articles, which I kind of paused on that are passed over quickly. One is that the Brown mansion is destroyed. I think the implication is by an explosion or whatever as he's trying to, create something. But the other is that the Brown estate was sold to developers because the bankrupt inventor sells off 435 prime acres, right? And so it's like, yeah, Doc is a total fail son, right? He's Elon Musk, right? He comes from like all of this wealth and has all of these material resources, and he just spends his whole life dumping them into these inventions that don't work for the large part. And we see as we go back to 1955 that they didn't work back then, and he has this history of this. So yeah, I do think it's really weird that Marty would have any kind of relationship with him. I mean, I think that there's something that's being done intentionally as a narrative device, right? Which is this kind of combination of Marty as the cool kid, skater. Like we're trying to make Marty cool, right? And then Doc as this instrument of technology and progress. And even though he's sort of zany and he has these feels like ultimately he's created, and there is this thing around, a capital drive, right? To make sure that you're still always investing in new technologies. And I think that largely also, because he does bring up progress here, right? So Doc says, I want to go 30 years into the future, right, in this scene, so that I can see things beyond my time and my years and see 30 years of progress of mankind or something like that, right? And so there is in all of these films, the vision of progress is almost strictly technologically or in terms of commodity production, right? And we'll deal with that. And as we get to 2, there's a whole different way to deal with that. 2 is funny because in many ways it set up things that disappointed us all because they're like, where's my fucking hoverboard, you bastards, right? So anyway, but like this idea that technology has to produce through a certain set of inventions, right? And that this is the progression of humankind, right? And this is a very elite, billionaire kind of driven America kind of vision of what progress is. What's interesting about the films, though, is that there is this kind of, you could almost argue, which I think is the intentional, is that they see culture as regressing, though, right? And they see family values as regressing, right? So even though they don't like explicitly name that, it's quite clear when you go from 55 where everything's like pristine and kind of perfect in this like white imaginary to 85 where it's like, yeah, you have certain technological things and that gets referenced a lot, but you have this degradation really of the family and all of this. And then in the second one, of course, when you go into the future, that progresses further, right? So there's even more technology, but the family is even more jacked up in a certain way, which I don't want to totally dismiss that because in some ways I agree with that in some frame, but not in the kind of conservative framing, which is what this film is doing with it, right? Which is like you have to get back to the white nuclear family in the picket fence with everybody playing their proper gender role and all of that kind of stuff in order to have this utopian, period in the 1950s.
No, I think that's a really great point, and I think that's like essential because when you're thinking about even that Brown, the idea of the individual scientist, and people still live in this kind of this fantasia. Like I remember, I think like before, kind of go to use Musk, right? I remember like before, before he bought Twitter, you would still see a high level of people who would assume because he had Tesla that he had to be Tony Stark. Like there was this assumption, like it was given before the investigation. It was more like we need to disprove that he's Tony Stark before we could have a criticism of him as a kind of science person, right? And I think a lot of that stuff has been formulated by even movies like this, that like individual geniuses, right, who sit in a corner and like, meditate over pictures of Einstein when they have questions about the sciences. Those are the people who push shit forward, right? But I do agree. It's like it's the Reagan idea that things are regressing, right? Because it goes back to really the imperial attitude of this decade, right? That's why we have to invest in the McFlys. The McFlys will be the people who will be the corrective. And look, he's connected to Brown, right? And look, what is the thing we potentially learn about this film is that even Brown can't do it himself, right? He needs Marty. He needs this like flashy young kid to help activate himself. What does he learn? Like he's scared to put the two things together, right? And but to help Marty get back to his his present, he activates a new kind of self-confidence within himself, like it becomes like the major kind of driving way that they think about becoming in this world. But that thing with like technology and commodities, I totally agree with that. It's like it is the driving thing with this. Go ahead.
So yeah, you're helping me think about this a little bit more. What I would say too to my own comment, right, is that I think a lot of the degradation that I see or feel, and I'm welcome either of you like pushing back on this too, but is that technology has meant the further intrusion of capital into our lives, right? In ways that like are designed to sort for capital to basically extract, right? Our attention, our, ability to like be with other people and, all of that kind of shit, right? When you think about cell phones and, whatever, right? But like, so the thing is that there's a total disconnect in the film, right? The regression or the negative aspects of this are never attributed to technology. The technology is all positive. It allows for you to literally change history in a positive way, to save the world, to save your family, all of these things. It is utopian in what it does, right? It's just you and your own like family personal shit that you need to work out in order to fully realize what the utopian possibility of this technology.
Punch your bully.
I mean, not for nothing, but I do say all the time that there's a lot that could be resolved if people would just punch people in the face. Like, not even being funny. Like, there are people who really just need to learn that lesson, and this movie unfortunately fortifies my belief in that. But
yeah, but you would do that for them, right? Renee,
Yeah.
like that
Yeah,
you're actually
yeah.
helping them by punching them,
Yeah,
right? It
yeah.
doesn't do something for you.
Well,
Emotionally, it totally does. But no, I agree. I think in like certain people's studies, like you have different people like Seth Siegelab, he was a Marxist communication scholar, Armand Madelart, people like that. They're not science, but they deal with communications and the creative communication apparatus. And their argument is you have to look at, like, when they look at thinking about communication, if you think about the rise of communication apparatuses and technologic and the mediations, you have to track capital, right? Because capital, is that mediator in that kind of way. So the reason why you have particular types of advances in certain types of things is how capital does flow. So it becomes wed to our flow. So it becomes wed to our existence. So I think I think what you're saying is fundamentally correct. Like, I think, and this film does not acknowledge that. It sees technology as these bursts of geniuses from individuals, right? And then commodities as these growths. I mean, it's also very just chaotic. I think the other thing that I also tell people I struggle with these movies is, like, if they had cogent and clear ideas, then they would probably come to different conclusions. Right? Like, this is also the chaos of people who have, like, that's one of, like, I appreciate with someone like Lenin. Like, I was reading his imperialism and materialism and imperial criticism, and one of the criticisms he has of idealists is, like, your shit is chaotic. It actually doesn't even add up, right? So you'll say one thing and you'll say another. Your visions are all fucked up, right? And I think that's largely kind of here too. So yeah, so we kind of get to the part where, Brown proves that time travel is there, and they get into the discussion about, the plutonium. I keep wanting to say petroleum, plutonium. I guess I don't say plutonium all the time. And then you have our Libyans come in, which is funny. It's funny because, like, the thing that truck it is a Volkswagen they have, right?
Yeah, it's the Volkswagen.
It's the hippie wagon. It's the hippie.
It's the
van.
Scooby-Doo van.
But also, it's the hippie wagon too. Remember,
Yes,
like,
yes.
that's the wagon that the hippies rolled in, which I also find.
Beach Boys. Yeah. Totally.
So, like, going back to Zemeckis not liking that shit, he's like, "Oh, I don't like all that stuff." Like, that's like another little, like, I'm gonna throw them in the hippie wagon too. Go ahead.
Great point. I mean, and this is also the really important piece about, which I meant to mention earlier, is like 85 to 55. What are you jumping over, right? You're jumping over the 60s and the 70s, right? Throw all that shit out, right? And let's go back to the 50s. And that was the 80s kind of focus. That was the Reagan focus as well, right? That was their version, especially of Make America Great Again, right? Is get before feminism, civil rights, Black Power, like hippies, all of it, and go back to the 1950s. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking up the guy who was one of the whatchamacallit, the Libyans, and I think he is Latin American. He died 10 years ago. Richard Duran. I mean, his last name is Duran. So he definitely is not Libyan. So yeah, I mean, this sequence, I mean, I don't know what else we want to really hit with it. You have this action kind of part, which, like, it's also just, like, funky to me. It's like these fucking movies, right? You have this kind of story of, like, this kid and this scientist, right? So to, like, inject this need for, like, violence. I mean, I was like, okay, they got a fucking big ass fucking is it a Kalashnikov? What's the name of it's a Kalashnikov, right? Rifle,
Yeah,
right?
it's an AK-47. Yep.
Yeah, so they got an AK-47, so that's coded. Remember, that's coded too. A Soviet Union, right? You want to say something, Jay?
Well, supposedly, so they have the fake Arabic that they say.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead.
But supposedly, what one of the writers said that they wanted them to say was "damn Russian gun" when it jammed, basically. But they initially wrote the lines all in English, and I guess I don't know who made them do the fake Arabic, but somebody decided it was important to have them do fake Arabic to, you know. But
Of
yeah, this is the
course.
actor, not Libyan. He is a stuntman, like in Hollywood, and they
Oh,
just had
he was a
him play it.
stuntman.
And
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. That, and then of course they bring out a fucking RPG, and I'm like, this is like that wild shit. So homie is able to smuggle in an RPG or find a regular ass RPG, roll that shit in a Volkswagen, in a hippie Scooby Doo Volkswagen, and roll up into and assassinate a scientist and try to RPG a DeLorean in the middle of. And it's just like, I don't know. This is like the other thing about movies that is kind of annoying me. I'm like, it's just like, this is what we have our entertainment watching, you know, a couple of Libyans run around with a fucking RPG and a Kalashnikov against a little kid in the suburbs, right? But like, this also like, I mean, did the Falcon and the Snowman and all those movies come around? You have a lot of movies, teen movies, and younger people movies about these younger white people getting into international kind of stuff too. It's a total like genre. There's like that movie with dude from, I think is, who's the guy who was in ER? He becomes a spy in the Soviet Union. Like, you have a lot of those movies, right? You have a lot. Some of them are like, you know, you have the Falcon and the Snowman, which is loosely based on a true story and all that type of stuff. So it's like they're also kind of pulling from that. That like, not only does Marty, you know, help time travel, homie gets into international incidents. Like he's the fulcrum.
well, and this is the thing about the plutonium, right? Like the choice of the plutonium. I mean, you know, I had shout out to Steven in the chat was saying it's not, you know, they didn't need 88 miles an hour didn't power the time machine. That's what they need, the 1.21. Also, they say gigawatts. I've never heard it would be gigawatts, right? Like,
Well, according to Amazon, that is a change. It used to be gigawatts, according to
wow.
Amazon, and it's switched to a hard G. Who knew? Who knew?
The more you know. So anyway, the whole point with the plutonium, right, is this fear, which was real, right, in the 80s and earlier, of and it actually should still be somewhat
I mean,
of
it should be more of a concern,
concern.
now.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
okay.
Of just that, yeah, there's just nuclear material and it's not that well safeguarded, right? And this idea that somebody could steal the elements, you know, and then of course the whole thing with Doc and the Libyans is this idea that the Libyans, of course, were the ones who supposedly stole the plutonium, and Doc agreed to make them a nuclear bomb.
Right, like
And
that part, right.
right. And then he said he gave them a device filled with pinball machine parts and kept the plutonium, right? Like they wouldn't figure that out. And of course they do. I mean, there is the whole point which they just make a joke about of like, how did they find me? But like that is a real fucking question. Like, how the hell did Libyans know that they're in a parking lot in the mall
In the middle of the night.
in the middle of the night?
In the middle of the night.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of it that I think is supposed to be a little bit, you know, humorous, right? But the humor, of course, is really, yeah, I mean, it's making fun of certain things, but at the same time, it is just infusing this really insidious messaging, right? About Libyan nationalism being a terrorist thing, them wanting to get a bomb for supposedly have to be destructive purposes, right? Because they're cartoon villains, right? And so, yeah, anyway.
Well, I think that's part of it too, because like what I remember very clearly when you would think about how they tried to like focus like the struggles of like people like Libyans, Palestinian people, was like they were a bit Keystone ish. They're fumblers, right? And that's why they're dangerous, because they're kind of bumbling idiots, this type of thing. And it's with all the kind of caricatures of underdeveloped, they wouldn't say underdeveloped, they would say backwards or something like that, nations, or just, you know, black and brown people that were just kind of subhuman, right? So yeah, you know, they just kind of stumble upon and they drive crazy, right? Like this idea, but maybe they, you know, but there's also this idea that because they are from these other parts of the world, maybe their special challenge is tracking. Like it's just so weird, and it goes into their really regressive, racist, xenophobic, imperialist ideologies of how these people, you know, live. And then at the end of the day, though, the other thing is like, because then, you know, what happens is that they shoot Doc Brown, right, in the chest, and Marty, it pretty much pushes Marty to go back into the past, right, because to be able to escape them. They become the kind of like driving engine, this like international kind of threat, not only for Marty going to the past, but then also Marty doing the deed to basically help Doc Brown live later, right, to live on. He does like this good deed for Doc, because he doesn't forget about that. And also it kind of helps Doc, like this like excursion with these like dirty Libyans, right, becomes the way that Doc Brown and Marty find their next level. And it's basically it's the same kind of coded of, you know, it's very much coded like, you know, go to the army, go fight in the weird parts of the world, and you come back a new man. Right? It's like it's the same kind of coding, and it's like this is how they become new men, right, through this thing. And like the villain that they're gonna have to deal with are Libyans.
Yeah, I mean, one person brought up, and we did talk about this a little bit earlier in terms of the historical context, so folks could go back to the beginning. But I do think you know, just to restate it, of course, yeah, I mean, Libya was involved in also like a lot of other liberation struggles on the African continent, as well as their own defense against imperialism. And yeah, they were trying to develop weapons that would defend their sovereignty, you know, in the period, basically. And you know, there were other incidents in the 80s that were claimed or unclaimed, you know, and so it was something that was in the news, and Gaddafi was a character that was routinely caricatured, and you know, Western media spent a lot of time, you know, trying to demonize him. And of course also was like very committed to Pan-Africanism and to supporting liberation struggles on the African continent as well, right? So and anti-Zionism too, right? Which is another point that's really important, I think, probably to say also, is his support for Palestinian liberation also was something that Hollywood would want to make sure to make them, you know, a villain for as well.
Mm-hmm. So we guess we'll get to the past. So now Marty wakes up, and not wakes up. They've now DeLoreaned into 1955, and he's trying to kind of, you know, find himself. Well, it's a barn, right? It's like a barn that he goes into, right? The first place where he finds himself.
Well, he crashes
into a barn, right?
Crashes into the barn, and then they all come out, and like the family comes out, and the whole thing.
Yeah. So he crashes into the barn, right? He's like the spaceman. So they're definitely trying to use a lot of the classic like sci-fi tropes, right? Of like, you know, the man who's out of place, kind of all those things. This is where I think also Zemeckis is like really into like those old 1940s and 1930s movies of like, you know, the guy who's like out of place, even in especially like in the costuming of like having that type of stuff. It kind of harkens back to a lot of those like B movies that you would have seen back then, those B science fiction movies, even with like the lighting, like when he comes out of the barn, it's like that backlight, so it looks like he's like an alien almost, right? And like, yeah, so like you have all that. He's like driving around trying to he finds Lion Estates. You see Lion Estates as it's being built, right? Like as it's like, so like before it's become this degraded place, which is interesting, right? To kind of like see, and he's able to kind of see, like,
And that's the sign. That's the scene that
Yeah.
made me think of Levittown,
right,
literally.
because
Yes.
there's that picture of the white family, right, with like they're all, I think the father has black. I can find it right here, actually. I think I kind of, yep. No, is he the father? Yeah, I guess he looks like the father. It's like the father has like dark hair, and the wife and the children are blonde. Yep, are all blonde, right? And he's looking and he sees the kind of like early Americana. And yeah, I do think this is very Reagan coded, right? This is very Reagan coded in that kind of loss of America. If we really have to think about how Reagan campaigned, right? He campaigned heavily on that, the Make America Great Again, the original use of that phrase. This is like totally coding that and trying to give a kind of history or a past reflection of that. He goes through all that. He's like going through the town, seeing all the 1950s stuff, going back to the earlier Hill Valley kind of area. He sees the clock tower, right? And then the old mayor's car there. I mean, he does all this to lead him back to, like, I guess, like the big, and we can go through any of those other things, but he goes to the diner where he eventually meets his dad, and also younger Biff. So if there's anything we want to pluck out in that area, I know we went through a lot of stuff, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, just random stuff like, Doc showing him how the time travel works, sets it first. You want to see the birth of Christ, right? And he sets it to 0 BC, December 25th. Which is just like, I mean, anybody who knows, like, whatever.
I mean, come
like,
on, bro.
But that was the second choice. Remember, the first choice was to see the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Then he talks about November 5th, 1955, the day he invented time travel, standing on the toilet, hits his head on the sink.
I actually want to
picture the flux capacitor. Go ahead.
And I want to say something about that. Like, that's like I thought about that with this one, what does it do for a kind of certain Americana framework to think that a small town is the place where the crux of history and historical development lies? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it is. It's basically set up even throughout the three movies that this period, like, it's a big part of 2, right? I think even Doc Brown says it in 2 that this moment, this lightning storm, is like one of the most important parts of world history. And like centering that in this white American town, right? That's like in this, it's just an interesting thing to me, like how they think about history and how they think about progress, right? And how we need to think about the American project, right? Like, yeah, there's these small places where like the greatest possibility happens, and what that makes people think about themselves or how to situate themselves, or like honestly doesn't make them think. It's just, I don't have like a really clear statement on it, as I find it very interesting, their insistence in this kind of narrative device.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this question is maybe related and we could all kind of respond to it, but is this the movie that creates Americana, or is it pulling from somewhere? And I mean, I would argue that it's sort of both, or that there's always a relationship, right, between. But the point being, I mean, one, the idea of Americana is absolutely a manufactured project, right? And it is manufactured through the culture industry. And I mean, they pull on things that are existing, but they create mythologies around what they actually were, right? And so, I mean, we can get into this as it goes more into some of the pieces around family and life in the 50s and some of the pieces around that in the 80s and so on and so forth. But like, there's a project there, right, that is not based on history, but is based upon what messages and narratives and images do you want to convey to people as truly American, right? And I think that, that idea of the importance of the small town, or the importance is, I think, just kind of straightforward to be like, this is kind of the setting that a lot of white people live in, and we want to, you know, continue to reinvigorate that this is the source of great ideas, of innovation, of progress, of technological development, of the positive things that are generated through our society. And I mean, I've been down a bad rabbit hole of something we're probably going to do teaser of around the Odyssey, right? But like the fascination that people attach to these things and the way that people take things in the case of the Odyssey that are absolutely miss and designed to be miss, right? But like, well, then see them as historical in a certain way or defend it as like the history, and the history is this way that I understand it to be, is like a really it it just becomes a kind of cauldron of revanchism, right? It just becomes a like, we need to go back to, or we need to valorize or mythologize these past things as, there was something truly great here that we need to hold on to rather than, and I mean, frankly, with this movie, we could talk about race relations and we can talk about patriarchy in it, but and there's like very nefarious things going on there. But like one of the most nefarious things also is to kind of paint it all as basically like kind of fine, right? Like that,
Everyday,
like
it's everyday life. It's everyday
yeah,
life. Your one
like
black person in your entire town in 1955 is cleaning up the diner. That's it. That's all you get until you get to the musicians. So, black folks are either singing and dancing and playing music or they're cleaning up. Like that's it. That's all you get.
With a gold
and
tooth.
he's like, like the owner is basically treating him like, you don't really do your job that well, clean up, right? But it's not like you're not seeing any sort of like oppression, or and you don't have any sense that the black people in the movie, like they do these little things to hint at racism, particularly like with the Biff crew later on in the band and that kind of stuff, but it is like so surface level, and it's also racist in its own kind of depiction as well. And but they're not like you're not meant to really question a black band performing with a white guitarist in front of an all-white audience in 1955 at a high school dance, right? Or the idea, even though it's supposed to seem outlandish and kind of funny, that Goldie could be the mayor, right? But like, it's still not presented. It's presented as like, of course he could be the mayor in a certain way too. And yeah, there's a whole way that all of that is dealt with, but it's all very idyllic, right? In a certain way, even if it is still insulting and it's in its ideal.
Yeah, I see this largely as a corrective. I think if you think about where this movie is situated, um, you have in the different stages of like Hollywood, and this is not a way to kind of not suggest that 70s movies didn't have their ideological problems. They did. But the studios didn't really want to do a lot of that. They didn't really quite like that stuff, right? They had to make that deal because of the various changes within society, right? But they weren't necessarily into the narratives of a lot of those movies. They actually wanted, so someone like Zemeckis coming around and saying, I want to recreate the Americana, right, and reinvigorate the Americana for them is great. So I think this is like movies like largely a corrective, with also I think putting the current that time that current spin on everything, which I think is like the interesting marriage, right, of the movie with like technology, where we are in the tech race. You're thinking about also the nuclear questions, and then the questions of like Holocaust and all that type of stuff, right? Like we will be the people to kind of push ourselves forward. The Libyans won't, right? And of course, by default, because it's like they're using Kalashnikovs, neither will the Soviets. They're like the threats, right? And we have to kind of like, invest in the Doc Browns of that, right? And then like kind of taking it back to the flick a little bit, like as you get him, if you're back now in that diner, right, and like he's like seeing his dad, and his dad is like all fucked up, and I think it goes back to kind of Jay's point where they skip the 60s and the 70s. It's almost like a suggestion that, like, if you think about it, like take away from the individual and you go like a meta narrative, that there was something that we didn't do in the 50s, which was this great potential time, right? And we fucked up. We fucked up somewhere, and this movie's thing is that we didn't teach our men to become men, essentially, right? I guess that's what they're saying. That our men did not become men, so we have to teach them how to become men.
Yeah, and like when you think about the narrative with the mom, which we can come to in a minute, but like this I mean, it's all that feminism shit got us way out of whack, right? That the women can do and choose for themselves, like that's
right. The sister essentially invokes it very, very, very. She doesn't invoke it in a real. It's not getting a real conversation, but she invokes it. She says, like, well, why can't a woman do that? Like, why can't I do that? Right? Which is an 80s, the 80s kind of claim. Why can't I go ask a guy out? Why can't I call a guy on the phone?
One funny scene is so when he first lands in 55, and I think we talked about this just quickly, but he lands in the Peabody family farm. So the Peabodys are the people that owned the land for the mall. There were 2 pines. Doc makes this reference that they wanted to do some weird shit with pine trees, but there were 2 pines there, and so it became the 2 Pines Mall. Marty runs over one of them and becomes the 1 Pines Mall, but the Lone Pine Mall, I mean. But anyway, the funnier part about this, or the more, not funny, but pernicious, I think, part, right, is Marty almost gets killed by these folks, right? Because they think that he's an alien, right? Because he has the nuclear suit on, and his kid's all into sci-fi and all of this. And he's in this, DeLorean that looks like a spaceship to people in the 1950s, of course. And he's wearing, there's the running joke that his vest looks like a life preserver, which, is kind of funny, but it keeps being told over and over again to a point of exhaustion. But the thing that I found interesting about that is that, like, yeah, like old man Peabody shoots at him like twice with the shotgun. And just the reality, like, this is sort of dealt with like not seriously or cartoonishly, and Marty just has to like drive out of there and get away. But I was thinking about it, like, in reality, you're much more likely to get shot by old man Peabody in America with a shotgun than you are by Libyans, right? Which is how Doc goes down in the scene right before that. And I think it's like there's a way that one is dealt with as like a very serious, it's all kind of cartoonish, but one is dealt with as like a much more serious threat, and the other one is like sort of dismissed as like, haha, this kooky little farm family. Anyway. Next stuff. Clock tower, it still works.
Yeah, clock tower.
Yeah, he notices the clock tower works. Yeah.
Yeah, we have that.
You have re-elect Mayor Red Thomas. Progress is his middle name, right? And then they go on. Mayor Red Thomas's progress platform means more jobs, better education, bigger civic improvements, and lower taxes. This is the same thing that Goldie, like almost to a T, that Goldie is running on in 1985 in his re-election.
Just copied the white man.
Yeah. He goes into the diner. He orders. I mean, I don't know if you want to do this, Renee, like the product placement stuff of that scene.
There really is like an obscene amount of product placement. But the thing that was so noticeable to me, and it's only because I was a clothing person as a teenager, that I don't know if anyone else would have actually caught this. The entire movie, when he's running around in the jeans, those are Guess jeans, but there's no label on them, right? But you can actually see the triangle on the back pocket where they removed the label. So anyone who's familiar with Guess jeans and the upside, the triangle with the flat part of the triangle is at the top. So, because that was what the label looks like. There's actually an imprint from the label in the jeans in the back pocket. But only someone who is super familiar with Guess jeans would know that those are Guess jeans. But they clearly couldn't make the deal with Guess, or Guess didn't want to pay for it, or whatever travesty encountered why they had to remove the label. But there is so much product placement, like throughout. Everything is very carefully like put in place so that you can see it, so that you can note it as it's going. And I actually forgot about this, but the scene in the mall where he where he rides his skateboard in, and it goes through and you see all of the stores in the mall. And I was actually thinking, someone who's watching this movie now would look at, let's say you've never seen this movie before, you would be like, what are these stores? Like JCPenney isn't a thing anymore. I don't know if Ross still exists. Does Ross still exist? I don't think so. Does it?
Yeah, it does. JCPenney does too, at least here.
I thought they closed all the JCPenneys.
No.
They've closed some, but it's still around.
Okay.
And they're not in like metropolitan areas much anymore.
Okay. And then they have like the Robinsons, that other clothing store, which I don't think exists anymore either. Zales is still a thing, I think, right? Zales and K Jewelers. But it's just an interesting, like the idea of the mall has really been like they still exist, they're still a thing, but there's just such a differential between shopping now and what used to be like, oh, I'm going to go to the mall and pick up some things. Like people just don't, it's not the same. It's just not the same anymore. So you travel, he goes to the 50, he goes back. There's still all this product placement, but they're very cautious to keep some things in place. Like the Texaco is still a Texaco, right? Like it doesn't
with
change.
4 attendants that run out to do your car, though, by the way,
right.
Back in the good old days.
Right, back in the good old days. And then this is when we get introduced to Goldie, which we talked about a lot. But that gold tooth thing is just, it's just such again, like this caricature, right, of what people are like. And then the differential in how, like the name of, like, I don't even know is Tab still a thing? Do they still make Tab? I haven't seen Tab in forever.
I feel like it still exists, but it's very hard to track down at this point. It's not a thing like it was a thing in the 80s. It was a thing in the 80s.
Right. But the idea that these things that existed, right, had such a different meaning in 55. So he asked for a Tab, and he's talking about the soda that exists in 85. But in 55, a Tab is what you accrue at the bar when you order a drink, right? And then he says, well, give me a Pepsi free. And he's referring to the Pepsi without all the stuff that exists in 1985. And the guy's like, I'm not giving you a Pepsi for free. What are you talking? So all these like, like to me, that's the stuff that's like, oh, that's actually kind of funny. But when you think about how these things change over time, right? That something that literally did not exist is now a thing for this kid 30 years later. And it just makes me think, again, back to what Intume was saying towards the beginning about this idea that there was this idealized time in US history where everything was great and, people were in their place and, you had your attendants that came out and they were all in their matching gear and they cleaned your windshield and checked your tires and did all this, like this whole idea that like there was this time and space in suburban US where everybody got to live their dreams out as long as you were man enough to take it, and as long as you were woman enough to know your place, and as long as you were Black enough to know that you couldn't actually be anything real. Like all these very, very interesting, like the little nuances of it all. and it all comes to play in like this one scene. It really like it's really this one scene. He's it's just it's fascinating. This is a fascinating movie when you really sit down and take the notes on it.
So Tab was ended in 2020. Actually,
Okay, it is gone now.
It was ended in
Well,
2020.
that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, Coke. What I understand is Coke didn't always own it. Oh no, it was. Yeah, I can't remember. I don't have the clear on it, but But Coke eventually had it, and they discontinued it. But it was like a long kind of like ending of Tab.
Yeah, it was not like, I think by the mid 90s at the latest, it was basically no longer a kind of, it didn't really have any cachet anymore. Nobody I
No.
knew was like, I'm going to have a tab. But but in the 80s, like it was heavily pushed, and Pepsi Free also was not very long. It had an even shorter lifespan, right? A lot of this was like in the very early phase of them trying to figure out diet soda, really. Like that's kind of what it was. And that's the thing he says is like, well, give me something without sugar, and the guy gives him a cup of coffee, right? Is sort of the joke. But
and not water, mind you. Coffee.
Yeah.
And that's what's funny that Marty would want a thing without sugar. But go ahead. Like it's kind of funny.
It's not explained. It's like, do you have diabetes? Like, what's the like I don't know what the reason is for that, especially for a teenager in the 80s. But the thing about what was I going to say? It's all right. It'll come back to me. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate that, Renee. I mean, I think one thing I do want to say is like, it is funny. That stuff is funny. It's like gag kind of humor, and it's throughout the film. One thing that annoys me at a certain point when you rewatch this film is you're like, Marty, like it's not that hard to figure out you're in 30 years before and things are different. And yet he constantly talks about stuff that is obviously just the case in the 80s, like are fairly new things that have rolled out within his lifetime. He's 17, right? It's not like he's 5 and he doesn't know anything about the way the world worked before 1985.
Yeah.
And I think that part actually annoys me at a certain point, because he kind of constantly leans into things that are obviously anachronisms for the purpose of jokes. But it's like, especially after a certain point, you're like, you would start to figure out like, oh, maybe I need to fit in here a little bit. And the way they do it is like changing his clothes, and that's it, basically.
That's it. Change his clothes, put him in a different outfit.
Yeah, like some of it, I think it also is like majority of it is bad writing. But I also have to say, Michael J. Fox was a very limited actor. He didn't really. Everything is like he knew how to like have a shtick of being like a constant presenter. Like he could always like push a scene, not greatly, but he knew how to do that. If he had to be reactive or actually like emotionally contemplative, he never had that ability. Is that he was so allergic to it in his acting. So like moments that would probably just need to be him just kind of like sitting with it in a bit of a calm way, he had no ability to do it. It's just not like within his skill set. You see it like just like play that a little bit simpler and just go, oh shit, like, oh damn, like, oh man, I keep forgetting. Like there's a way you could make that work, right? As a kind of thing that he can't figure it out, but he doesn't have the acting ability of it. Now, I also think they overwrite it. Like after a point, we get the fucking joke. Right? He does it, right? You can end this joke, Robert Zemeckis. Like, you can end this joke, new fucking thing.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And this is a good point. When people travel to new countries, they can behave like that. I think there is a specific thing that could be argued about, like kind of American arrogance and like their like, but I just feel like it's not done well. And it is kind of like every single person that encounters him is like, oh, you're a Coast Guard or whatever, because you're a life preserver and shit. Like it just, the stuff just gets a little bit like It's okay.
I also
We've
just
got the
hate time
joke.
travel. Time travel sucks. It's a bad. It's a bitch. It's also just a bad fucking
It's a
concept.
bad theory. It's a bad theory. One more thing to just in this, and I'm pretty sure this is the scene where he when he realizes he has to figure out where Doc is. So he finds the phone booth and he tries to call, and he rips the page out of the white pages. So I wrote a note down because none of these things exist anymore, right? Like payphones aren't a thing. They like did a ceremony when they closed down the last payphone in New York City. There's also like the white pages donate. Although I live in and we got a copy of like the yellow pages, like the little tiny version of the yellow pages we got when we moved in. So I think they do still exist in some places, but this whole idea that like you could open a book and everyone who lives in your town is like listed in there alphabetically. You can find them because it's written down like in this book. I don't know how many people realize that used to be a thing. And so there's also this tying, because there is like that doesn't exist in 85, although in 85 those things still existed. But when in the movie version of 85, there is no phone books, there are no white pages, like it happens in, so it makes you wonder like is this also part of this idea like these were the days, these were the things that we wanted. You wanted to be able to like just look somebody up in the phone book and find them and figure out where they lived and their phone number. It's just, I don't know, it was just an interesting tying that I wrote the note down because I am a person personally who was like, I can't believe we used to have books that literally listed every single person with their phone number and address and nobody thought anything about it.
I think too, in somewhat like Marty knows to look for it, right? So like I do think there is, even though they don't necessarily deal with phone books in the 80s part of the film, I think the fact that he knows to sort of go to the payphone and look at the phone book and rip the page out does suggest that like that's something that's not outside of, his understanding of, obviously pre-internet. Yeah, it's the whole thing is wild in that way. And to give some grace to Marty too, like there is a reality in which, some folks have made comments in the chat, shout out to Brittany for like that if you talk to younger people that they don't know a lot about a lot of older technologies. And that's true unless you like take the time to actually talk about those things and teach them. But I do think having the internet also gives access to a lot more nostalgia shit nowadays that wasn't present in the same way in the 80s. And so this film kind of serves that role of like, oh, look at what life was like in the 1950s,
So the other thing that happens is that he meets his dad and he sees his dad interact with Biff, and it's like he's seeing the kind of like origins of his dad and Biff and like the bullying and the shit that kind of goes through, and we learn doing he does Biff's homework and all that type of shit. And then you see him kind of like follow his dad, right? And then this is where he discovers, by following his dad, he gets to the town and he sees his dad on top of a tree, being a peeping Tom towards his mom with with binoculars, and you get the kind of shot of like you don't see Leah Thompson's head, you just kind of see like her bra, right? And she's changing. And this is what Marty doesn't realize it, but it's like the origin moment that she talks about, but she doesn't know that part because and I think the sister asks, "Well, why was Dad out there?" Right? And like now we know why Dad was out there because he was out there peeping at Mom. And of course, Dad, he said he falls, which is what the original thing was. He would have fell off the tree and then hit his then later father-in-law would have hit him. And that's the thing. But Marty pushes the dad to save his dad out of an instinct to save his pops. But he ends up getting hit. And now you have the transfer of roles where now he is in the position of his father as the person who she's destined to fall for. As the next scene being he wakes up thinking that his mom, he's back home.
He's back home, right? Right.
Because he hears her voice. Oh, I had this dream. And then she says, yeah, well, you're all safe here in good old 1955. And you see young Leah Thompson. They're looking at him
and real
like,
quick,
I want to jump your bones.
It just occurred to me that I forgot that that previous scene is also where we get introduced to Biff's crew. Right. And so the weirdness of like walking around in 3D glasses, which like you can't see you can't see anything. So like how is he walking around like every scene he's wearing those 3D glasses? And like
his character is literally called 3D.
3D.
Yeah, right. Like it's just the weirdest thing, right?
It's like it's that trope, right, of the bumbling bully and his
crew,
flunkies,
right?
And his.
But
flunkies.
What I thought was interesting was and this was another rabbit hole that I fell down. So pardon me for forgetting that they were involved before we went to the whole falling out of the tree scene. But one of his sidekicks is Billy Zane, who becomes relatively popular, right? Like he's the Mummy, right? Like he becomes relatively like popular in the future. But also
Zoolander.
There's also JJ Cohen, who ends up doing a whole bunch of movies, including 3 O'Clock High, which you mentioned before. But the third kid, this is just my own fascination with finding out really, really random shit. So you all will have to pardon me as I fall down this rabbit hole. The third kid, his name is Casey Semesco. And he has a very limited IDMB thing. Like I think he ended up doing maybe like 7 or 8 other things that are not really super big. But his sister is also an actress. And when I pulled up the name, I was like, oh, I recognize this chick. Like, I know who this is. But his father was like a Polish musician who survived the concentration camps, and they moved to, he like fled to Chicago. Like there's this whole like fascinating backstory for this kid who's like the one kid who ends up not really capitalizing off of this experience from Back to the Future. So this is all very random. Renee falls down rabbit hole. She can't help herself. And so, just a little few tidbits. But it was Billy Zane that made me think, should I know who these other people are? Because I recognize Billy Zane. And so I had to figure out who the other two were. So just cause.
One of the things that, thank you for that. One of the things that the dad says is, Stella, another one of these damn kids jumped in front of my car, which are also, again, there's like all these things. The movie actually is riddled with like continuity errors and like weird sort of mishaps or whatever. But I'm like that makes no sense, right? Because George is the kid that falls in front of his car, and now Marty is, right? And so this idea, like, just again, anyway,
so
bothered me.
I took that as there were always kids watching through her window, and so it's
same.
This storyline of like she's like the hot chick. And everybody, and she's always getting dressed, which makes you question, like, does she do it on purpose? Like, is this something that she does where she's like undressing in front of the open window and she knows that the people, which makes you wonder, like, did she know why George was in the tree, but she was playing it off? Like, were you bird watching, George? Like, it just brings all of these other, like, what's really happening?
I take it as like the dad has a subconscious instinct that these predators are around my daughter. I don't know what they're doing, but I know they're doing something, right? It's that, what's that movie, Fear, you get later with fucking Mark Wahlberg, right? When he tells the daughter to go run off with that motherfucker, and then he ends up being confirmed that he's nuts. So dad is correct. That's a narrative they love in American movies, that dad does smell the male predator around the corner. So you must listen, so he's like, I don't know what you're doing, but I know you're doing something. And he's actually correct. They actually are peeping at his daughter, right? But yeah, I think we can keep moving because like then you get to the stuff where like they're in the bedroom and she's like oogling over him and you know it's funny, like one of the things that I think has you see on a lot of like I think degraded film studies is like this idea that this Leah Thompson character like gives a kind of like robust kind of thought towards women's sexuality. I've actually have heard that defense in a lot of yes, I know your eyes go up. But this is how a lot of film studies work. We also have to remember like this movie is considered to be incredible. People love this movie. People write love letters to this movie on all walks. This movie has a lot of purchase with people. I know we're sitting here for the last 3 hours kicking its ass, but this movie is highly regarded. And this is one of the things they say, like, yes, it comes through this kind of incestuous kind of quote unquote thing, but we're able to see a woman be, you know, lustful in a way that men are able to be lustful. I'm not saying I agree with this argument, but it's one of the arguments that has been made about how like pivotal and good this scene is and good the character is.
Oof. I mean, one, yes, like obviously it's a very culturally significant film. Like, and again, Renee and I both talked about how many, don't even know how many times I saw it. So I can't, like, on that normative pop culture sense, absolutely. I think it's a totally different thing. And this is, maybe the whole project of our of our show is like to take it as like this means that it's good art and we should like try to read the interesting things that are going on. And I mean, this is a deeply Oedipal film, deeply, right? So it's also like that Freudian shit of like this idea that Marty secretly desires his mom and that his mom secretly desires him. And it's just ugh. But yeah, I mean, and then there's the whole joke about the Calvin Klein, and she thinks his name's Calvin Klein. It's written all over your purple underwear. I've never seen purple underwear before. Let me see them again, like all this kind of stuff. And there's Marty is really, in some ways, I'm more disturbed by Marty with his relationship to his mom throughout all of this. I mean, at a certain point, he gets to a place of like, okay, I have to kind of play along so that I can try to get my dad back with her somehow. But from the jump, like his initial response is to be like, Mom, you're so hot. He wants to say she's hot, right? And then he's like, he's having to check himself. And there's a very weird, sexual tension that's going on between the two of them. And to some extent with her, at least you could passably sort of say, well, there's no way she could know. Right.
She's
So
the
like,
one that has no clue like what's actually happening. Right.
And he should be like, oh my God, I need to get the fuck out of here right now. Like, and he's not. So yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how much I want to give these like weird kind of thought experiments that exist out there any kind of purchase, but it does exist in this whole fascination that I think particularly weird people have about, oh, what was my mom like when she was hot? Right? And the only way to kind of understand a woman is understanding her through a lust, including your mother. So that's completely sexist, weirdo shit, right? And they make it into not just a joke, they make it into a full narrative arc, actually, right? And then the other part of it is the way to discover who your mother is through her being horny. Like the way he discovers that his mom was a person is the fact that she was horny, she drank, and she smoked. So that's the totality of her young life. Not that she was, interested in anything, had talents. Discovers his dad's talent, his dad's secret talent we get to find out about, that he's a science fiction writer. Oh, we know that his mom Mom smokes a cig, drinks a drink, and like, you know, when the dude falls out the tree, he takes him home. She likes to look at their pants. You know, like it's so fucking weirdo shit. Like but it's made into a kind of normative formulation of like character study that people will think is okay. And I'm like, this shit is fucking weird. I'm sorry. It's bullshit.
Yeah. And this is the part of the movie that reminded me that the story arc doesn't make any sense. So like this kid falls out of a tree and the daughter takes his pants off while he's asleep, which is also like really weird because why did you take his pants off? And then he joins them for dinner, right? Which is basically a recreation of the scene in 85 of them sitting at the table and watching dinner. And it's the kid from
Wonder Years.
Wonder Years.
Yeah,
right?
the brother.
The brother from Wonder Years wearing the raccoon hat, which is like a whole other thing with
Wayne, right? Isn't that his name on Wonder Years? Wayne.
And so you have this whole scene, you have the baby in his like, you know, in his little thing, and she's like, he just won't come out of there. He loves it so much in there. Like this whole weird connection between like the jail and the playpen, which I don't even know why we did that. But just the idea that like this random kid falls out of a tree and he's like sitting at the family table having dinner with the family, and where are you from, Marty? And like they know nothing. Like they know nothing about this kid. But then he's gonna spend the night because, you know, well, your parents aren't home. Are you sure? Like it's just so, again, it's like, what? Like what is happening right now? So I got the same feeling again as I did when he like accepted the call on the family home phone and left his house in the middle of the night and nobody asked a question. Like, what is the scene? What is happening right now? And this is not real life. Like no one would do this. This is not real life.
The jail and the playpen. I mean, you know, Mtume already made, I think, you know, good commentary on this, and but I think like it's funny, and this does fit within conservative ideology, I think, because there's a way that, you know, conservatives want to make certain kind of nurture, like this whole nature versus nurture kind of debate, right? They do want to make certain kind of nurture arguments, which are basically like the family needs to follow this appropriate sort of structure. But it's weird because it's like here, and I don't know, maybe this would involve digging into like what is their critique if they have one of this, of Leah Thompson's family in 1955. But it, you know, the Joey is biologically determined to be criminal, right? He actually just likes bars, like he wants to be locked up, right? And this fits within, you know, a lot of the conservative criminological thinking, right? Which is just sort of like there are people who are innately biologically predisposed to, you know, crime and whatever else, and they're like basically a lower form of human being, but then at the same time, you know, want to make arguments around, well, what really needs to happen is the family needs to, you know, have this proper structure, and then, you know, so it's chaotic in that way. But yeah, anyway, that's there, and it is annoying.
Yeah, and in the world of this movie, but it's kind of the world within like kind of Western narrative, there's always supposed to be a singular individual. So everyone's predetermined. So Marty's predetermined for success. So for Marty to be predetermined for success, you would need a Joey who's predetermined for prison, right? You need both because everyone can't be successful. That is actually then a dialectic in a kind of way, right? You need one to have the other, right? And that's kind of how they like relate to everything. And it's funny. I remember, and like I got like part of my like one side of the family is like jail was a huge part of a lot of it. A lot of my family members went in, and I remember phrases for a few of my family members, like pretty much like that was his life destiny. Like that was like the Joey line, right? Like we kind of always knew that he could go that way, right? And I'm just like, and I remember hearing that, and like it always kind of fucking with me. And then as the years go on and my politics got deeper, like really like not liking that line, and every time I heard it in any kind of family discussion, that's when I would actually maybe get into politics with some of my family that I don't normally get into. I'm like, that shit's fucked up, right? But there's a lot of there are these movies, and this is how these things code. So yeah, keep it moving. I guess we can get now to where he meets Doc Brown, in the past, in the 55.
Now, did you mention, Jay, just real quick, Jay, did you mention, were those same 4 pictures of the inventors still in his, did we see those in the opening scene? Because I missed them in the opening scene.
Yep.
But I caught them.
Yep, they're right there in the opening.
I caught them in 55, and I remember thinking, I actually had to, I was like, I'm one of these people, I'm sure I'm supposed to know who they are. But it took me a second to figure out that it was, wait, hold on. Newton.
Yeah, it's Isaac Newton, Ben
Einstein,
Franklin,
Edison, and Washington, right? No, Ben Franklin, right? Okay.
Yep. Newton, Franklin, Edison, and Einstein. And I also had to look some of them up because I was like, I don't know what this is supposed to be, but I figured it was important. I mean, the only other thing in that scene is, you get the rehash of the same episode of The Honeymooners, jokes about reruns. The funnier part is like he's explaining to him, the father's explaining to him how to get to where Doc lives because he knows he needs to get there now because he has the address. And Martin's like, "Oh, you mean past John F. Kennedy Drive?" And the dad says, "Who the hell is John F. Kennedy?" Which is kind of a funny 1955 joke.
Right.
But anyway, then he just leaves there. He runs out, right? Because he finally gets uncomfortable. And is afraid, because his mom grabs his thigh, right? And then he's like, "All right, I'm out."
Yes, and he panics and runs out, right?
Yeah. So then he goes to Doc.
And so the reason I took the time to figure out who was in the 4 pictures is because he has Tom Edison's picture in his hand. So there's this whole scene of him like, what was I thinking with the gigawatts and Tom? And you're like, who the hell is Tom? And then he puts the picture back up. And I was like, Tom who? And then I was like, oh, Edison. Okay. And then I was like, well, who are these other 3? And it took me a second. And it was Amazon actually who solved the riddle of the Isaac Newton for me. Because, it's the whole like white powdered wig thing with the, so it's interesting. It's very interesting.
Right. And Edison, of course, is electricity, right? So that's the whole thing there. So like he goes, knocks on the door, right? Doc's there, comes out with this big contraption on his head, invites Marty in because he wants to try out his contraption, basically, which he thinks can use to read Marty's mind, right? So he hooks Marty up to it, tells him he wants to he wants to buy a subscription to the Saturday Evening Post and then make a donation to the Coast Guard Youth Auxiliary. Of course, another joke about Army, the vest being a life preserver, which is at this time, I think it's the 4th one that's been made. And then the big gag here is, of course, that he tells Doc he's from the future and he came back on his, time machine and he needs his help. And Doc kind of doesn't believe him, but he gives him the test. He says, "Who's president in 1985? And he says, "Ronald Reagan." Right. And he's like, "Ronald Reagan, the actor." Right. And then he goes on this rant of like, who's the vice president, Jerry Lewis, and keeps going with Jane Wyman and Jack Benny and so on. But which is, I did make a note because I do think this is, obviously it is a very Reaganite film in a lot of ways, and they work Reagan in various ways, as well as I think ideologically it's quite Reagan. But the notion that Reagan would be president in 1955 would have been absolutely impossible to believe. And I think it's important to say that because in 2026, the idea that some actor or celebrity or person with no history of politics or education or science or whatever could be president is, we know that we've had, we've had Reagan, we've had Trump 2 times now. Linda McMahon is the fucking Secretary of Education in this
Arnold
country, right?
Schwarzenegger
Like,
was the governor of California.
absolutely. Jesse Ventura has been governor of Minnesota. Like, we have now so many examples of this that it's almost like just an accepted part of American politics that, like, yeah, celebrities, they make pretty good politicians, maybe, to a lot of people, right? And in 1955, of course, coming off of like Truman and Eisenhower and Roosevelt, and I'm not saying this at all to like say, hey, these are, they're horrible people, right? Just worst, just terrible. But like, they came out of a sort of process through which politicians were raised up from this kind of elite sphere of people that could be that sort of thing, right? That's very different from the idea of Ronald Reagan, who's essentially like almost a B movie actor, like not really a real great actor either, to
Right.
be
And he
president of
circles
the United
back.
States.
And I can't remember the scene now because I didn't make a note of it, but he circles back again to the Ronald Reagan and he makes a comment like, well, no wonder he's president. There's something about the TVs or something that happens later, like in a few scenes forward where he mentions it again. But it is a fascinating, it almost, it's the same idea that like media every now and again will give you something that's really logical and really commonsensical so that they remind you like they sometimes serve a purpose. So you should always, you shouldn't give up on them quite yet. So like this idea that Doc recognizes the absurdity that Ronald Reagan, who is an actor, would be president 30 years from that time, right? Like that whole thing. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like a nod to like this idea that like, oh well, he kind of has sense with these things when nothing that's happening in the movie makes a drop of sense.
Yeah. And Hollywood also had a really weird relationship with Reagan. I think it's something to acknowledge because I think it could be helpful to think of it as Zemeckis could have very well not have voted for Reagan. Right? Like, who knows? Right? But that kind of politic that there's like rational kernels, as we know, with the duopoly, as Renee, better than anyone, that those logics cross over, right? In so many ways. So them making the joke about Reagan can really be a dig at him while also sharing much of his logics, whether they're aware of it or not, who knows, right? It almost doesn't fucking matter. But because, yeah, a lot of Hollywood people were very anti-Reagan, but then you go out and watch their movies and they still have the same kind of socially conservative or politically conservative. And definitely they would line up on the imperialism issues with Reagan.
Yeah. I mean, and also the Reagan Democrat thing was just also a huge phenomenon. I mean, Reagan was just a hugely popular politician on a almost bipartisan basis. Like,
I
it's
hate to
just,
say it, my grandmother voted for Reagan. I don't know if she voted for him in 84, but I know she did it in 80.
And I feel like we'd be remiss in the event that he follows back and watches this to not remind everyone that Reagan died during Jared's wedding. And so
Jared Ball, yeah.
Yes, the lesser Jared, as he says all the time.
Not at all. Yeah, I mean, and I guess just to say this, I mean, Jimmy Carter is probably the classic George McFly of American politics, right? Like that. There's a whole, yeah. I'll just say that and leave it there. Like, I don't think I need to add more.
End the stream now. You just facts.
All right. So we're gonna move through some things, but just a couple of things in this scene that are important, right? You get the 121 gigawatts. You get this whole, what was I thinking? You get, plutonium can't just be picked up at a gas station, which of course is a joke that Marty makes earlier on. You get this, the recognition basically, and all of this, like these seeds that have been planted, right? Marty pulling out the thing about his girlfriend who loves him, and on the back of it, of course, is the bolt of lightning, and Marty starting to put together basically, and so they very quickly put together what they need to do, right? Which is ridiculous, but they're like, we need to capture this bolt of lightning that's going to fall at this exact time. I also just hate that a bolt of lightning is like a split second, right? They drag it out in this movie and all, like make it like there's no way exactly when a bolt of lightning strikes, even if you know it because they're like it precisely this time. It's like,
but
what
remember,
the fuck
it's because
precisely mean
it's
in
because so
1955?
but it's this storyline that it stopped the clock. That's why it's precise, because supposedly at the moment that the lightning struck, the clock stopped, and so exactly. It is. Oh, it's absurd. It's totally absurd, and it's why Intume hates time travel movies, because it just doesn't make any sense, right? Like,
No.
there could be anything that happens that allots for this, but that's what you're supposed to presume, right? That like they know the exact time because the clock stopped. And that's how you know exactly when the lightning struck, because the clock stopped at the time that the lightning struck.
I hate to say it to burst people's bubbles, but the minute hand on a clock tower does not track down to the millisecond. So like we're in trouble.
It does not.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, and then you get the silly thing about the photo, right? He pulls out the photo. Doc makes a joke about how his brother his hair is gone. Marty doesn't really notice it, but then they eventually realize, because there's a discussion that he's interacted with his parents. Let me see that photo again. This part, fucking hate this shit, right? This like pseudoscience, crap of like the idea that the pictures of your siblings are slowly erased on a photo that was taken in 1985 if you if you mess up the relationship of your parents. I mean, obviously, I could get down with the basic biological fact that there are very specific events that lead to you coming into being as a human. But the notion that the way to track this and that they all know it is by looking at this photograph.
But also why it's ridiculous is Marty would disappear first. Like if it's really right, like it would be backwards.
But they're older,
wouldn't
right?
He disappear. They are, but wouldn't he disappear first?
I know what Renee is saying to a certain degree. Yes, because if the brother, that means everything that would come after the brother would not. No, here's the problem. We're trying to make logic of something that's not logical. Totally illogical. Like this is why I don't argue Marvel movies. Like if you watch like a guy says, "Well, I don't like the fact that the wind went a particular way when Doctor Strange." I was like, "No, people can't defy physics." So trying to make logic. Exactly. Wouldn't the whole picture itself, right? Like if it defies physics, you can't make logical arguments for it. Like that's the thing about it. It makes no freaking sense. Because then the other thing is, you could even make the argument that literally Marty would see things in front of him changing in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like all types of shit would change, right? Because what about the idea of the chain reaction? Like his brother changing could then maybe his brother bought him one of his. It doesn't make any sense. Exactly my point. Time travel fucking sucks for this. It's such a bad concept because it goes into a containment that literally can't make sense. And I can't suspend my disbelief because it's about being ahistorical.
What's funny to me is that you'll have like quantum physicists and stuff like that that will try to explain like how time travel would actually work, and I'm just like, look, like it's all fucking like it's just theory. It's just it doesn't exist, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I had an ex of mine. She's a scientist. She like if someone brought up a time travel conversation, she would like leave. She go, "I'm sorry, I can't do this shit. Like y'all on some bullshit."
Oof.
All right. So basics. So we go to high school at this point because he's got to now figure shit out between his parents, right? And you get basically like two running plot lines from the rest of this, right? Is that Marty has to figure out how to undo what he has done, right? Because now, which becomes more clear in this next scene, is that his mother is now in love with him. She thinks he's a dreamboat, as she calls him. She's like totally infatuated with him. She's not at all interested in George. She has no reason to be. George is a total loser. You know, Marty goes through the like, how was I ever born thing. And that becomes his thing to sort out, right? Is like, how do I get my parents back together? And then Doc is trying to set everything up for how to do the
How to
time
capture
travel and these,
lightning.
how to capture lightning and send the DeLorean back to 1985. And so those become like the two main plots from there.
And this is another nonsensical scene because you have a kid in the building who obviously doesn't belong there, who doesn't go to school there, running around with a grown ass man in the school building, and no one stops to say like, why is this grown ass man wandering around this school?
I had that thought. I'm like, was schools back then super just open? Did they not have hall monitors?
What's going on right now? Like, what is happening?
I'll just say, as a person who went to a predominantly white school in these periods of time, like that part is totally believable to me. That just
That is
anybody could walk
wild.
onto campus, that nobody would care, that there would be no process, no security, no check-in, no you have to go to the office, like none of that. And that he probably could just go to classes and like nobody would even, that all seems totally believable to me.
That's hysterical. Hysterical.
What's the next part? So he's in school. Are we in the cafeteria? Is the next part where he sees Dad, right?
So Dad has the kick me sign on. He's getting kicked.
Right.
The Doc makes the maybe you're adopted joke. You know, that you get Strickland again, who looks absolutely no different. They make the joke, this guy never had any hair, right? And yeah, you get the George writing science fiction stories in the lunchroom. This is when Marty connects with him and realizes, oh, my dad actually can do some shit. He actually has creativity. Like there's something about my dad that has been repressed by the way that his life has unfolded and so on, which he's interested in.
And there's that same theory of like, well, I could never show this thing to anybody. The same like backtracking to the scene and with the music with the girlfriend in
and it is interesting, and this is kind of going to the ending because I had forgot about the whole sci-fi writer thing, but him embracing it makes him a high class person, which is interesting. That's what they think what sci-fi gets you, thinking of like Philip K. Dick and all these people who were sci-fi writers who were like far from these kind of like cosmopolitan, people who are now, I feel like they're playing tennis or some shit when they come home from the at the end of the thing.
Yeah,
like,
they were coming home from the tennis courts. Yeah,
the tennis court. So it's like it's like an interesting coding probably for Zemeckis in his own kind of sense of self to think this is what the sci-fi writer is with like, I'm sorry, man. If you think about sci-fi writers, that's not a lot of, I'm not saying not any of them, but not a lot of their profiles.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's true. And like, yeah, writing books does not make you a lot of money in much. But I also don't get the sense that that's like, because he said I published my first book, right? When Gift brings it in. So like I don't get a sense that he actually is rich because of that. I get the sense that because he's sorted out everything in the past, he can now do whatever the fuck he
That
wants.
was
Yeah.
what
Basically.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought too.
Yeah, but still the thing stands of like, but then like that's like, but sci-fi writers, it's like it's just not their thing. They're weirdos, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the time, and I mean weirdos in the more positive sense, not in like the bad sense, like that I was saying about people who like
But this
incest movies.
And this is also like a hint to back to this idea that like Marty creates all of these things, right? Because it's the book and the thing that the dad is writing about. You get the impression that it's based on this scene that he has with Marty, where Marty's wearing the gear, the the radiation gear, and he does the combo between Star Trek and Star Wars because he's Darth Vader, but he's from Vulcan, right? And so like that whole thing. And so he almost creates this I he it's his actions that create this idea that I think the father ends up writing about. Like I think the book is about in part this experience that he has with Marty in 55. Like everything it's all entwined together.
Yeah. I mean, so the scene, Biff comes in, is bullying, starts to do he starts to bully Marty's mom, right? And in a very, like you want to give it to me sexual kind of, he's also that kind of bully, which that's probably one of the most nefarious. We'll get to that in a bit, but then Marty, steps in again, right, and he confronts Biff, and this is the thing with all of the interactions between, as Marty's always able to, Biff is so much bigger, right? But Marty is always in this scene, it gets stopped by Strickland. So Strickland kind of breaks up the fight that they're about to have, and it gets, finished basically later at the diner. But in that scene at the diner, then, Marty does the like, hey, look over there, right? And this is also the thing of like bullies are just all stupid, right? And so then Biff looks, and he punches him in the face. And every time Biff gets punched, which I mean, it's not like there is something too, for sure, the person who like works out at the gym all the time but can't take a punch or can't actually fight, like that is definitely a real thing. But it's just sort of played of like Biff is like the easiest person to knock out in the world. Like these guys who like have no, don't work out at all, pretty skinny white dudes, right? Just one punch can always just knock Biff like full 360 and then falls down. And then Marty like shoulder charges the other like three, you know, you know, Tannen gang members, whatever we want to call them, and runs out. And then you get the whole, steals the skateboard from the kids in 1955, which of course he has to invent the skateboard in 1955. So he tears off. Well, I don't even know what, like these homemade scooters basically that have like crates on them, tears off the crate. And you get the first scene where, Biff chases him in the car. This happens in every Back to the Future movie. And, he ends up going into a pile of manure and saying, oh shit, right? And getting covered in manure. So, but in those two scenes, there's a lot of Marty's mom being like, oh, he's a dreamboat, as Marty is trying to figure out how to hook her up with George, which George is both scared to actually ask her out, not sure that he wants to do it, and she's just not interested at all, right? Partly because she's so into Marty.
So what's the next part? So then where are we now? I'm like looking through my notes. I'm actually a little lost.
Like, sorry. I mean, you get to Doc's big plan, right? He goes through, he makes a model of the city to show all of that. I mean, there's a lot. I don't know, honestly, through all of these last scenes, like what's that important to talk about? Because a lot of it is just the plot proceeding along these two
Right.
lines of
It's
Marty
all
trying to
throwing
get.
it in to make sure that they get to the plot point of like the lightning striking and him going back, and he has to write the letter, you will be shot by terrorists, like this whole
Yeah.
like all of these all of these pieces that like you can have this random man like stringing electrical lines and power from like a building in the middle of town, and the police officer comes up and like there's nothing, no one, go ahead, it's fine, don't worry about it, and like the officer just like goes about his business because he's not worried. Like all of these really like these details, these storylines of like just trying to make sure we get it all in, right? Like we got to fit all of these things in. Like he has time to make a miniature town like in like a day.
Yeah, that part was so funny to me.
Yeah, or like the joke, yeah. So, is it forgive me for not doing like the painting or something like that?
It's all craziness. It's craziness.
And I guess we could probably jump to the enchantment dance, but basically, like it gets down to Marty feels like, okay, I gotta ask my mom has asked. His mom has asked him to go to the dance, and George has already tried and like not even really been able to deliver that line. And so Marty's like, okay, I'm going to take her to the dance. And I'm going to set it up.
Just very quickly, don't forget she like follows him to Doc's house. And this whole like,
I mean, she's creepy. Mom is creepy.
She is creepy. But after this whole like, you don't call a boy, you don't do this thing. But yet she's like following strange kids through town to like the recluse's house so that she can ask him to ask her to the dance.
Renee, that is the problem with feminism right there. Like feminism leads women to do morally objectionable thing, and it destroys families. Like that's the message that we're supposed to.
And then they're gonna lie when they're older, when their parents press them on it. They're going to lie and become drunkards.
So Marty is gonna take her, and like the whole thing is set up gross kind of from the beginning of Marty's planning to like stage I'm gonna sexually assault mom, and dad, you come in and stop me and save the day, basically. And George is unsure about all of this, but Marty's like really trying to convince George. And I mean, there's a part of the advice that he gives George that I do think is good advice for someone like George, right? Which is like, grow a little bit of a spine, like get a little bit of self-confidence, like, but it's like, it's treated as though this is the end all be all of like, this will change history if you could just, grow a little bit of confidence.
But it does.
All of this.
But it does. It changes history. It does.
In the movie, yes. In Back to the Future. And so he sets that up. And meanwhile, Doc is doing all the stuff you talked about, Renee, of like, setting things up for the lightning strike so that this will work. And you get to the dance, right? And so, I don't know if anybody wants to start with the dance stuff.
Well, yeah, they get in there and Marty has like this big setup. And also it's the other thing that kind of exists is like that everything's going to happen in one night. You have the dance and the clock tower. So it's that kind of narrative that, it's the rush to the finish line thing, because that's kind of what the double kind of narrative becomes of. We have to get back to the future, but do this corrective, because that's Doc Brown's big thing, is being in the past will fuck up everything if we don't, correct it. So it's like this. Marty is given a task that's purposeful, and it's he is actually preserving history, and actually, or even forwarding it better, preserving it and making it kind of push forward. So they're at the dance, right? And then you have that scene where they're in the car, right? And this is the scene where he's going to basically start to do the thing and be a bit of a creep. But the minute he kind of says like, hey, you want to sit in a parked car? Mom is like, hey, I want to sit in a parked car, right? And he's a little like shocked, like, wait a minute, my mom didn't do this. And then she starts whipping out the stuff. She breaks out the bottle first. She has a little swig of something, right? And he does a swig and he spits it out because it's like too much. So I guess we discovered that Marty doesn't drink. He hasn't drunk anything, right? He's not a drinker, right? At 17 or whatever he is, right? Then she takes out the cigarette, and, and starts smoking, right? And she's and her thing is like, don't be a square, like, what are you being a square? Like, everybody does this, right? Like, what's your problem, dude? And he's like shocked to see that his mom does all these things that she now tells him that he shouldn't do and that no woman should ever do, right? And then the scene kind of continues on. She's like, they don't really, it's a bad edit because she has her coat on, and then in the next edit she doesn't have her coat on, so they basically cut out the sequence where she would take it off. It's a bad edit. And then she jumps on him, right? Kisses him, but then in that moment, in kissing him, she realizes she feels like she's kissing her brother. They're just like immediately, like, and that's just really bad writing. Also, again, that like it would just be this thing. Oh, I just don't like you suddenly. Right? I've been lusting for you like a mad person all this time. And now that our lips have connected, suddenly I don't like you. I'm done. That doesn't make any sense. Way to write yourself out of a bad fucking script.
Exactly. Yeah. Deus Ex Machina, right? Mom doesn't mom doesn't like the kiss all of a sudden.
Like the kiss.
I mean, and not to mention, like, Marty is like, like, oh, you didn't like the kiss when your son is like trying desperately not to kiss you back. Yeah. Anyway, so you get the next thing is Biff, right?
Yeah.
Comes in. We should just say, the dance is already kind of going on, and you're getting like the Marvin Berry. I think he just introduces himself as Marvin. There's a whole way that they do that later that's so stupid. But so Biff comes in to the car, and he just sees McFly, right? Like he's getting Marty back.
He discovers later that she's in there.
Yeah. And so, he says, I had to spend $300 to fix my car. I'm going to take it out of your ass, is what he says. And then he passes him off to 3D and the other guys. And, they take him off, put him in the back of Marvin and the band's car, lock him in the trunk, and they all come out. And there's a very brief interaction, which is supposed to show that they're racists. They're the only characters, apparently, other than the diner with his like kind of casual "you'll never be mayor" racism. They're the only characters that exhibit any racism in the film. Is, of course, conveniently this villainous crew of Biff lackeys, but they're also chickens, right? So as soon as the black band responds with Peckerwoods, then they run off. But Marty's locked in the trunk with the keys, of course. So there's that. And so he can't get back. So now you have Biff at this point then trying desperately to sexually assault and actually doing. I mean, I think that's one of the things that's worth saying about this, that I think about as us watching this as kids and stuff like that, right? Is that this is really a rape scene. Like, it's not, it's not full on, but it's sexual assault firmly, right? And Leah Thompson, like, trying to wrestle to get away from, and George eventually, arrives at this moment that he's supposed to be the hero and opens the door, and oh shit, it's Biff in there instead of Marty. And this is going to be a real fight now, and he's not prepared for that. But what isn't Leah Thompson's character? Why am I blanking on her name? Lorraine, right? Lorraine is like, please, George.
It's because it's
like,
Leah
help.
and Lorraine. That's why.
Yeah.
It just
yeah. Yeah. And
So just
go ahead.
Just real quick, just a couple of things, like, as all of these scenes play out, and I know we're running short on time, so I won't take long, but that the keys were in the trunk to begin with. Like, you have these professional musicians, right? who are being paid to play at this party in the 50s, this black group in the 50s playing at the white high school. But yet somehow they're all outside puffing marijuana in the car, and they're so like ignorant that they like open the trunk for whatever reason and leave it wide open with the keys in there while they're all smoking in the trunk. Like it's just this whole what is happening right now, right? Like how did this, and then that he has to pick the lock with like, which even doesn't even make sense because there's always a pass through from the trunk into the back seat. Like all these things that don't, they just don't make sense, but they have to, like you have to have the lead guitarist not be able to play the guitar. So how do we put that in? Oh, well, he cuts his hand because of course he's using a pocket knife to break into his own trunk because he was so stupid he left the keys there. Like it's just more like what the fuck, like who came up with this part of the storyline?
But you know, it's funny. I was and some I had this thought in a couple conversations ago. It's like, as someone who's done screenwriting, a lot of times screenplay shit is just adding shit to basically solve another problem. And they don't think deeper than that. So basically, they needed so for Marty, they need a way for Marty to get out of the situation with them. So they said, so how does Marty get out? One way we could do is have Marty fight them off, but they probably didn't want them to do that. They didn't think that was believable for Marty to go into become full called Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? So let's find a way who would stick up to these guys. Well, we can't have cops come. Cops wouldn't seem to work. Maybe they were like, school officials would probably be too much. Who's something they would look to? Oh, black people. Yeah, we'll have a black band. And like the black band will intimidate them because, you know, black people are intimidating, right? And they're like, you know what would be really cool is if we have some like racial banter. It'll actually kind of show like the kind of thing in the period because, you know, the 50s had a lot of racism. This is screenwriter brain, people. I'm dead fucking serious. I teach screenwriting classes. This is how people think. Read a Sid Field book. This is the shit that they tell you to do. This is like how they solve problems through tropes. So it totally is that. They had to get Marty out, and then they get to solve another thing because Marty's a great musician. So now we get to show Marty's talents of not only being a great musician, he's such a great musician that he knows about rock and roll that black folk don't know about at all at that time, which is also ahistorical if you think about how rock and roll was developed. It's fucking total bullshit. But yeah, it's just screenwriter brain and how they kind of think, right? And they grab reductive tropes in building the blocks, and their racism, sexism, and all that stuff is activated. But then yeah, to the point with like, you know, McFly, it's so typical, like the arrival of a male individual through defending a woman who's about to be sexually assaulted, right? So essentially this woman's situation of being in the middle of sexual assault, right, is basically his arrival, and she'll be grateful to him, and it'll be her arrival as becoming a woman because he'll marry her and make her whole. And now that he's, you know, punched him, you know, they'll now be a better family. I mean, it's just such chaotically fucking patriarchal.
It is, but
thinking.
it also gets to undo the original story, right? So now they're together not because he was a buffoon who fell out of a tree and got hit by a car, but because he saved her from this traumatic experience and he was her hero. And now like it changes the entire storyline of how their family came to be.
Yeah. And I mean, it's so Reagan. Like it is such a conservative 1980s, 1950s, you know, just view, right, of what is the man's role. The man's role is to protect the woman from, you know, from sexual, I mean, but it's and that you know, poor Lorraine has to go through this fucking horrendous event, and that this somehow makes her better off too. Like that's the part of it too that I think is really just fucking, and like to go to the future when they get back, Biff is now subservient to them, but is also still fucking around. Like you have the man who was trying to rape your wife, like cleaning your car now at your house with your family, and everybody's hunky dory together. Like
That's a good
it's
point.
fucked up. Like it's really fucked up. But
So
of course it has to, because like the film revolves around like 5 characters that go through, 100 and some odd years.
So yeah, and like so you get them in the dance, and one of the things about the dance, and this also is like, is then they add like a second button of of George having to kind of find himself, because like it's not just the punch, it also has to be the kiss, so they need to consummate, I guess, the relationship in this kind of way, and some
Well,
dude
it's
comes
because she tells them at the start that the kiss is when she fell in love. Was
right,
the kiss at the dance, right?
but then like that also doesn't make any sense, because like we're changing history, so why can't the punch be like, what I know what you mean, Renee. It's just, this is where I'm going back to the insanity.
Yeah, because it's all nonsense. It's nonsense.
It's just a device, right, to create that tension where they get to do that little bit of like 1980s screen magic where Michael J. Fox suddenly can't play the guitar and his hand is disappearing, and he looks at the picture and he's disappearing, and then oh no, and then you get this other scene of George then being like strong man again, right? So it's like it wasn't just a one-off thing. He gets kicked off, he gets cut in on the dance floor, but he comes back and he pushes another guy away from her, right?
She's like, George! You get the slow motion, George! It's so fucking bad. And he's in crisis and he's fading. And then suddenly, because George has in like a slip, he's fine. And he can go play, guitar with the black folk, right? And then you have the very famous Johnny B. Good sequence, which like, okay, so I don't want to get into a big music lesson, but the thing to think about logically, right, is if these are black musicians who were largely kept out of the white world, so they're only there to perform. The way those things, they would have been well aware of every single one of those techniques, even if there hadn't been an individual who had put them all together in one show yet. But these are techniques, even Chuck Berry himself would say these are techniques that are coming from many different people, right? And many different traditions. These were techniques that those guys would have been using themselves in the band. So this idea that like, oh, he's coming here with techniques that we have no idea of, that we would get later, is like, it shows you they have no fucking brain about how history works. And it goes back to my original point. This film is not interested in history. It doesn't understand history and development, right? How the music developed was through periodic things and then people putting into one kind. And also the idea of Chuck Berry inventing rock and roll is also something we gotta like not also live with either. You know what I'm saying? Like the way the narratives of how that shit exists. Also, I don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole on that. It's just bad to do. But with that being said, yeah, like the whole sequence is fucking absurd, and it's funny. Growing up, black people always complained about that shit. That scene to me, like, oh, is that the movie where the fucking white dude plays the fucking guitar and the black people looking at him like, what the fuck? This is a bullshit. I remember, I think my dad said some shit about it. He's like, fuck that movie because of that one scene.
It's also not very good guitar playing either. Like, not only, I mean, I know that Michael J. Fox is not actually playing the guitar in those scenes. They have a session musician who comes in, but like those riffs and like the fucking, I mean, I know it's supposed to be like him going into like his 80s, like loud hairband type whatever, but like the reality is that Alex P. Keaton is not a very good guitarist, and yeah. Anyway, but supposedly
and he can't fake a good one either. Michael J. Fox is a guitarist. Like, come on, y'all stretching.
Yeah. So then you get Marvin. He said, and this is I also hate this part where Marvin calls Chuck, right, and Marvin's like, "Hey, it's Marvin," and then he has to say, Marvin Berry, your cousin. Like, just to make sure that people know, oh, he's supposed to be Chuck Berry's cousin, right? This fictional thing. Just so that then, yeah, you get Chuck
Well, they
Berry
have
learning
to
how to play
close the
Johnny
loop
Be Good.
and make sure that Marty is the person who discovers rock and roll and gives it back to the people. It's all back to this whole idea that like he is the center of the universe and he changes everything for everyone.
And it makes no sense functionally because he had to would have learned it. It's like doesn't make any sense. You're like, oh man, I hate this shit.
All right. What else? I know we got a few minutes left. I guess so you get the whole tension, right? So they kiss, right? He plays Johnny Be Good, he runs out. There's a little bit of a last scene between him and his parents where he kind of wishes them well and tells them don't punish your 8-year-old when he burns the carpet, in the future. And he gets to Doc. They have more debates about whether he can tell Doc what happens in the future. He writes Doc the note, slides it into his thing. That stuff is just stupid. I mean, basically, long story short, like he creates a note, or he's trying to tell Doc that he's going to be killed by Libyan nationalists, and he leaves it, and Doc eventually reads it, and when we get to the future, Doc is wearing a bulletproof vest. Boom, spoiler, that's the whole thing. But yeah, you get all of this tension around the clock tower, and the cords keep coming unhooked from one another, and of course Doc has to climb up onto I mean, that stuff as a kid was like, I loved that part, just like the tension and the excitement of like, is it going to happen, and then the lightning going through and all that kind of stuff. I thought it was really cool when I was a little kid, but it's not, there's nothing really to analyze there other than it's a bunch of.
It is visually well done. I think the whole visual tension of the because I've always felt like the early part where the DeLorean flames go under their legs, you can totally see it looks bad. Even back then I thought it looked bad, but I thought that sequence with the lightning and the car, it's edited well. They do a nice kind of cross-cutting.
And this is a thing also in 80s movies, the lightning, like the sparks, right? Like Ghostbusters, Weird Science, like there's this whole thing about like capturing lightning and this idea that you can like harness lightning to do like something else.
Very,
right?
very, very Nicholas Tesla.
Yes.
Right?
Indeed.
The Tesla.
Do you think that's a visual effects thing in the era? Like, I feel like that's probably where it comes out of more than anything, is like starting with kind of Star Wars. Like, they have this ability to make it look like there's lasers and different stuff with light, and it just becomes like a thing
becomes a thing. Yeah.
Like when you work with an effects person, you would kind of go through a process where you're like, hey, I want to do this thing. Like I did a film and I went to a special effects guy and I was like, hey, I want to do this thing. And he would tell me, well, I can't do exactly that. Well, for the amount of money that you have, I can't do exactly that, but I can do something like this. Because ILM did do, I think, ILM did do, I believe, these portions, if I'm correct. And that's probably what happened. Like they had the ideas and ILM basically told them like what they could do. And probably like they had an effect that was like really popular at the time. The other thing is sometimes, especially at that moment, they were also developing new things. And they were like, we have this new shit. Y'all want to try it in the movie? And if they like it, sometimes they'll rewrite the script or rewrite the thing to kind of get around this like new effect that they would have. I remember reading that I think that happens in one of the Terminator movies. I think in 2, a lot of that was like responding to some of the new stuff that they wanted to do.
Yeah, well, the whole thing about the liquid
and all that type of stuff was like, and like and some of those sequences was like designed around the kind of new things they were doing with like computer technology.
Yeah, and it was ILM that did the DeLorean and everything else. So I don't know if we have anything to add to that. Like it works out, on the last second, he's able to catch the lightning magically through Christopher Lloyd's body. Somehow Christopher Lloyd is fine, even though a lightning strike goes straight through him.
He's wearing gloves, Jay. He's wearing gloves. What are you getting all excited about? He's wearing gloves.
Yeah, I
It's
was
all
like,
good.
dude,
It's all
dude
good.
have been crisp, man. He would have been crisp.
I always love those ideas too of like, yeah, if you have rubber soles, you're gonna be fine if you get struck by lightning. It's like, I don't think it works that way. Yeah. So anyway, he goes back to the future. Sorry. You know, Huey Lewis in the News, Back in Time is playing. He wakes up, thinks it's a nightmare, arrives in his house. Anything you want to say?
This is my other issue of time travel movies, and I've never liked this because he would immediately remember all of these things. This idea that he comes into a world and he doesn't know, he would already know that. It would be implanted in his brain. The fact that he doesn't know that would be fundamentally problematic and he wouldn't be able to function in the world, right? Like, this is the other thing I've always hated about it because, yes, it just doesn't fucking work, right? He would know and it doesn't work. So
And
he
also,
doesn't. This idea, yeah. I'm discovering shit. No, he would wake up and it would all just be a totality that he would get.
But also, like, this whole miscalculation of how much time he needs to save Doc, right? Like, you're in a time machine and you miscalculate how much time you need to get back early enough that you can save your friend. You calculate 10 minutes, but you don't think about the fact that you're going to end up in the middle of town and you still have to drive back to where the mall is in order to get there to save him. It's all just, yeah.
Well, and also like his parents are now clearly much more horny for each other. So like the notion that they'd have the same number of kids or that the same kids would all be born on the same cycles,
and that they
also
don't recognize him. But also they don't recognize him. Like, you had this whole experience with this kid Marty, and now you have a kid named Marty because in 55 you were like, Marty, that's a nice name. But now we're back in 85 and it doesn't, like, you're not even recognizing that this is the same. This is, I'm telling you, it's all these moments where you're like, this plot line is just stupid. Like, as I really think about it, this plot line is stupid. It's a stupid plot line.
It is stupid. So yeah, so they get home, parents come home, they're country club types. The house is like really nice. They're in like their sweaters and you know, all
Mom,
this
you're
kind
so
of stuff.
thin.
Mom, you're so thin. She doesn't have the fat suit on anymore, even though she still has a way too much facial makeup going on.
Right, because she's still fat in the face, definitely.
Yeah, yes. Can't fix that. Like there's some things that time travel and a better patriarchal family can fix, but you know, the fat in your face. Sorry. You know, Biff is waxing the car now, right? George is in charge. Biff brings in his new book. There's a whole kind of thing. Biff is now like kind of like weak looking and older somehow, and you know, balder and yeah, there's all that stuff, but Biff is like very acquiescent to everything that George says. They have a debate about how many coats of wax are on the car, and George quickly wins it. And then the truck, right? You find out that you know Marty, also his siblings. So his brother's now like an accountant or something like that instead of working. I don't know exactly his job, but some nice.
He's just wearing a suit.
I always wear a suit to the office. I always wear a
Yeah.
suit to the office. Is what he says.
Yeah, his sister has multiple suitors, right? Doesn't know whether it was Craig or Greg that called. Well, which one? They're different, you know. That's all fine now, which is interesting within the gender politics of the film. But then, you know, Marty goes in to find the new truck that he has, and he has the Toyota 4x4 that he's always wanted that he's going to take up to the lake. Also, his mom's now totally fine with
she really
his
likes
relationship.
that girl, Marty. She's so sweet.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. So like basically now
right,
that
like,
they're in a
what, like, how did
class,
this all happen? Right, like what is
because they're in a
George
higher
punched
class
Biff.
position, and it raised their class position, so she's now more egalitarian. Because when you go into higher class positions, your egalitarian side comes out.
You're more evolved, right? They both have reached a higher level of like evolution.
Right. And all these things happen, but there's still houselessness. Let's not forget.
That's right. They see the
and they make sure that there's a lot that's changed, but there's still people who have to live on the street because we're not changing that much. So yeah.
And Marty's so happy to see it too, right? Like, oh great, there's homeless people back again.
Right. That's so funny. Yeah, the homeless guy's there. Yay, good job. But my family's good, you know. And then you kind of end up with Doc Brown then kind of coming in, and he's now in his super hip clothes, looking like he's about to go to a rave with his with like his shades in the future.
The Mr. Fusion to fuel the car.
Yeah,
the flying
exactly.
car. I don't know if this is the first flying car. I mean, outside of the Jetsons.
No,
Like
Blade Runner was a couple years earlier.
Blade Runner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Chitty Bang Bang in the 60s too, or 70s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All I could think of was
one.
The Jetsons, which was not live action, so I wasn't sure if there was something else.
Yeah.
And I know we had to race through the last few minutes, but I had tagged myself in for 4 hours. I've gone 12 minutes beyond the marathon. My mother right now is laughing and shaking her head like they went 4 hours talking about Back to the Future.
We could go more.
We could.
They replace Marty's girlfriend in the second movie. By the way,
but you know the story with that was so what's her? I forget the actress's name. Her mother got cancer and she quit the acting business. And even when she was in the business, she was a pretty devout Christian. So she didn't really have a big, because it used to be this kind of thing that like they kicked her out, and that actually wasn't this. She was like, no, I like left the business, and she actually made herself unavailable for the sequels. I think like a year after, because 2 doesn't come out till 89, right? Now the person that does have the big beef though is Crispin Glover, and that's something to kind of say. And we could talk probably when we do 2, we can talk more about that because he's not.
Does this mean that I'm automatically slotted for 2? Are you going to replace me and get someone better?
No, you're going to do 2. You're going to do 2. But yeah, I mean, because and what we could probably talk more about it. He famously, him and Zemeckis beefed, and I talked about how much I didn't like his performance. It could also be attributed to his really fighting with Zemeckis doing it. And him maybe, acting. I mean, I think his performance is horrible, but, it could also just be the situation on like the film set. I don't mean it to like throw things at Crispin Glover. I don't know the dude, but yeah, his performance sucked though. But that could also be Zemeckis' fault too.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Renee, thank you for 4 hours of magic.
Thank y'all for keeping me on the list. I appreciate it. This was fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. Also, I do want to shout out one. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we probably will do Casualties of War at some point. Yeah.
Badly fucked up movie.
Yeah.
Who did that again? That's. Oh
Isn't
man.
it? Is it not fucking?
It's
Stone?
somebody. No, it's Brian De Palma.
Oh, De Palma. Okay. Yeah.
It's De Palma.
All right. Cool. Well, thanks everybody. We do have to get out of here. Appreciate it.
All right,
see you all. We'll be back next week. We'll let you know soon what we're doing. All right. Peace.
Peace.